Good morning. It's 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're looking at 19 degrees this morning. It is chilly. Conditions are perfect, as a matter of fact, as we are on the cusp of our first snowstorm of the season. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro says the arrival of our wintry weather is a bit sooner than we had originally been expecting.
Timing is a little bit earlier, which would mean it would leave later into the evening and into the early parts of the overnight rather than lingering through the overnight hours. But still, the middle of our day is really going to be the worst time for the snowfall to come down.
So what time does it all start? Well, for the western portions of this listening area, between 2 and 5 tomorrow morning. As for Clarksville, Nashville, Murfreesboro, and down to Manchester, between 4 and 7 o'clock. And then east of our listening area between 6 and 9 a.m. And we'll keep you updated on all of that. Channel 4's Brendan Tierney checked in with Nashville Electric Service on the potential for outages during this storm.
NES says you should make sure your phones and backup batteries are all charged up in case you do happen to lose power at home during Friday's snowstorm. They've had crews out checking on the power lines and have them on call around the clock through the storm. NES upgraded their system with new technology that allows them to switch the power back on for most homes impacted by an outage without actually sending a crew out there. They say thankfully it looks like Middle Tennessee will just be getting snow because ice creates a lot more problems.
Now, one closure that we do know of because of the snow already is Nashville Zoo. It'll be closed tomorrow and Saturday. Anyone with tickets for Zoo Illumination can request a refund. 5 men are facing charges related to promoting prostitution in Antioch. Those men ran away as police raided the home on Hobson Pike yesterday, but they were all tracked down. Now, all of them were also charged with drug possession. We've got a look here at your Wednesday Wall Street trading. Here's Michelle Franzen.
Stocks drifted higher and lower, ending the day mixed on new economic reports and worries about inflation. The Dow added 107 points, the Nasdaq lost 11, and the S&P gained 9. One of the reports suggested U.S. employers outside of the government slowed their hiring in December by more than what economists expected. A separate report also said fewer U.S. workers applied for unemployment benefits last week than economists expected. Stocks also wavered on reports that President-elect Trump is considering declaring a national economic emergency in order to impose his tariffs. Investors also reacting to the December Federal Reserve minutes, which show that officials are expected to dial back the pace of interest rate cuts this year, although the minutes show some officials expressing support for keeping the bank's key rate unchanged. I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Now, stock futures are mixed. We've got the Dow Industrials up 106, NASDAQ futures minus 10, and the S&P futures are plus 9 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. We do have an accident on 24, the eastbound lanes, just before Briley Parkway North, exit 43. That's in Whites Creek. And then we have another accident that's been reported by one of the listeners on the super text line this morning. Jim, thank you. 24 eastbound, just after exit 81, a tractor trailer and a car involved in a crash in that one as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We got fires in the west, of course, snow coming here to Middle Tennessee. It's Thursday, January 9th of 2025. So California, couple of things going on real quick. We still have 6 different fires now. I thought it was 4, then it was 5. Now I'm watching CNN. 6 different fires in Southern California. It does continue to burn. Do you know what I'm hearing, Joan? I'm hearing that in California, you have some folks that are running around intentionally starting fires. Masked men running around intentionally starting fires. Now, I don't know if that's true. Citizen journalists have video of this happening.
What?
Yeah, in California. So that would not surprise me in the least. We've all heard of, obviously you've got gangs there, you've got terrorists there, you've got looting. So all kinds of things are going on in California. Now, again,
Would this be with the goal of starting the fires that can't be put out, and hey, look at what climate change is doing to our land? Is that what this would be all about?
I believe it was the Joker that once said some people just like to watch the world burn.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the Joker's
I don't know.
quite a friendly
I
guy.
have I have no idea. Was that the Joker?
No, you were dead on.
Okay, good.
It was not him. It was Alfred. The reason I know that's my favorite movie of all time.
Oh, of course.
So
of course it is.
Alfred,
KGB.
Michael Caine, amazing actor. He's the one that said that.
Okay, very good. Well, whatever. Anyway, I don't know what their reasoning behind it would be if it gives them then the opportunity to loot, or if this is just something that they
looting?
want to do.
Okay.
Some people just like to cause chaos. I don't know why they would do it, but there's people on X that have seen this happening. They're reporting it to the local authorities. Now, again, I don't know if that's true or not, but enough people are posting about this that I wouldn't put it past them. Yesterday, there was a conversation we had about a homeless person. A member of the media literally was watching a homeless person, clearly mentally ill, who was starting a fire because that person said it was the right thing to do. So I don't understand. So there's a lot going on with these fires. The National Guard has been called in. Again, looting has begun. That is not surprising. 6 separate fires burning. 2 new fires started burning overnight. Studio City, also in the Hollywood Hills. Add those to the Palisades fire and others. It just means that there's these huge swaths of iconic Southern California real estate from Malibu to Santa Monica, Pacific Palisades, and Runyon Canyon. They're all just on fire. And you're talking about homes that are in the millions and millions of dollars. And so locals are just, number one, their homes are being destroyed. Number two, some of these folks are trapped within all of these fires because it's moving so fast. So people are trying to pick up the slack. We talked at great length, and everyone has, about the failures. I mean, this whole fire in Southern California, it is a masterclass in how progressive rule, a Democrat rule, can literally destroy a state and a region. people are now trying to pick up the slack where the firefighters simply can't. They can't be in all of these different places at once. Remember, part of the news cycle yesterday and this morning is the fact that Karen Bass, the mayor there in Los Angeles, cut the firefighter budget by, what was it, $24 million, something like that. And so now people are taking their garden hoses and they're trying to save their homes and the homes of neighbors as well.
We're in a dire situation right now because we are just about 10 homes north of Franklin at a home here on Vista where the palm tree above the home caught fire about 5 minutes ago. That itself is troubling and alarming. The concern is all these ashes are falling on top of this house and the house next door. To this point with this fire, we have not seen any houses go up in flames, but you know how it gets. One turns to two, turns to a dozen really quickly. So,
by the way, if you want to see that video, it is incredible because this palm tree, because you know California is full of palm trees, right? So this palm tree is just ablaze. And so you've got these embers that are flying all over the place. And so they're trying to save the homes because honestly, if one home goes up, as you hear the reporter talking, as one home goes up, it's very quickly an entire block is gone. And so you see people picking up literally, I want you to think about your garden hose that you have outside, hooked up to whatever. And if, in California, if you actually can get water from that garden hose, then they're trying to save, again, their homes and the homes of neighbors as well. All of this flaming debris is falling not only on people's roof, but also in plants and bushes and so forth. And homes are just going up instantly.
These are actually good Samaritans who talked to the homeowners on their Ring camera who evacuated already, who gave them access to try to get up on the roof. And you see the one guy right now as they're trying to throw the hose up on the roof so they could start to spray the palm tree itself. But as you see, pieces are falling down. Some of the debris is coming off of the tree and down into the driveway here, which is fine at the moment. But obviously, there are trees here, there are bushes on this side, and homes on either side. The obvious concern here is the fact that if one of these homes catches fire and really goes up and fire crews haven't made it here just yet, there's always a concern the next one and this entire block goes up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Follow me on X at Dan Mandis Show if you want to see that amazing video. Now, yesterday, we also told you about how the L.A. Mayor Karen Bass, she cut, it was $27 million from L.A.'s fire department. She is now, as you can imagine, being heavily criticized for that. One of the things I find interesting, by the way, just as a sidebar, is that you have all these people, including Gavin Newsome. I'm going to play you this audio because Trump is all in on attacking Gavin Newsome. And you got some people out there saying, well, now is not the time to criticize. Now is absolutely the time to criticize. Because sometimes what happens is the disaster then is over and then, they'll have a commission. They'll look at what went wrong and there might be a little article in the newspaper, maybe a little report on it. But nobody really pays attention. Now is the time to pay attention. And if Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles, or the LA City Council, or Governor Gavin Newsome, if they did something to enable the firefighters not to be able to fight these fires, if they did something that would prevent them from being able to do their jobs, then yeah, that needs to be discussed literally right now. Because there's only so many different ways you can talk about the number of structures burned and the number of, sadly, people killed and how there's the fire spreading and all this. But there also has to be immediate accountability. So, yeah, now is the perfect time. Not after the disaster is over when nobody's paying attention. Everybody's paying attention right now. That's not, I love this. Oh, you're politicizing the disaster. Bull crap. We want to make sure that if something went wrong in the fire preparation in Southern California, that those who made terrible decisions are held accountable. And as every day goes by, we find out more and more terrible decisions that have led to Southern California burning and firefighters not being able to put the fires out and not being able to do their jobs. I've got another bad decision by the city of Los Angeles, the mayor, the city council, etc., that meant that this fire and these fires continued to burn out of control. That disastrous decision is coming right up. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Let's see, we do have a problem this morning. It's 24 eastbound at Church Street. That's exit 81. Police activity there. The right lane is blocked. One of our listeners says that is actually an accident involving a tractor trailer and a car. So be careful in that area. Again, it's 24 eastbound at Church Street, exit 81. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. And by the way, Joan's camera is now working. So all you people that, didn't want to sit here and just watch me all morning, Joan's camera is now working. Hallelujah.
Oh, thank goodness.
If you want to go, you got a lot of fans. Let's just say that, Joan.
That's really sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. So if you want to see Joan, go check us out on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and also the website, 997WTN.com. We're talking a lot about because elections have consequences, and about what the Democrats in Los Angeles and in California have done or not done in preparation for these fires. And so there's a lot out there, and there's a lot that I've got to say. Some people are saying now is not the time. Now is exactly the time. You know that they don't have enough firefighters, apparently. Did you also know that they fired hundreds of firefighters back during COVID for not getting the vaccine?
113 LA City firefighters have been suspended without pay for defying the city's vaccine mandate. In November, firefighters who had not submitted their vaccination status or requested an exemption were informed they would face suspension and termination. The policy requires city employees to be vaccinated. The fire department says firefighters who continue to resist the mandate will be entered into the process of termination.
Yep, they were fired. They actually brought a big old lawsuit that was thrown out, but this was a LA City Council decision. So they fired all those firefighters, including one guy who had been an LA firefighter for 31 years. And that was back in 2021. Then in 2023, all these things look so ridiculous right now as California burns. In 2023, they actually had a program to combat the fact that there were too many white firefighters. They had a program. They were concerned about the fact that there were too many white firefighters, and that was a problem. That was a big concern. Instead of making sure that there was water in the fire hydrants and so forth, this is was their big concern. And by the way, some people are saying, well, this is just the fire chief who we talked about yesterday, where she was all about diversity and equity and inclusion and all that crap. But this was LA's previous mayor, Eric Garcetti, who came up with this entire bureau for the LA Fire Department to support diversity, equity, and inclusion. This was also the LA County Board of Supervisors as well. Whole thing just an absolute train wreck.
Hey, have you seen Adam Carolla on this?
I have not listened to it. I know the audio's out there. Tell me.
Okay, so he said when he was 19 years old, this is long before his career began, his acting career, he was pretty destitute. He was living in the garage of his mother's home. She was on welfare, getting food stamps. He needed a job. So he went down to the fire department and said, hey, you guys hiring? And they told him, you're not black, you're not Hispanic, you can't get a job here. Come back in 7 years.
Are you kidding?
No.
You're not black. You're not Hispanic.
So come back in 7 years. So in 7 years, they contacted him and they said, hey, we see your application. Come on down. So he goes down and he's waiting in line with other people to, make application to become a firefighter. In the meantime, he had gone out and done construction. So he's waiting in line and he said, I'll ask the lady behind me, what's going on? And he says, so I applied for this job 7 years ago. How long has it been since you applied? She said, Wednesday. Because she was a black woman waiting in line to become a firefighter.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
This is what progressives value. Instead of being able to put out the fire, instead of having enough firefighters, this is what they are concerned with. By the way, have you heard about Donald Trump talking about these smelt fish?
Oh, my goodness, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So coming up, we are going to talk about Donald Trump, Gavin Newsome, and the smelt fish. Also coming up right before the news with Joe and Jones, coming up here in about 4 minutes or so. We have some great audio, wink, wink, of Gavin Newsome and a new campaign ad, wink, wink, for Gavin Newsome. And that is coming up here on Nashville's Morning News, 520. Joe and Jones has the news at 5:30. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, we've the one weather pattern that could mean a little less snow in parts of Middle Tennessee tomorrow. We'll tell you what could happen there. Also, we'll tell you what the mayor of Los Angeles did that's hampering the current effort to fight the wildfires tearing through her city. Those stories at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck. 525, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So, Joan.
Yes, sir.
You were talking about Adam Carolla.
Yeah. Did you watch it?
So, I don't think it's that part, but I do have audio. It's 5 minutes of Adam Carolla, just because I love Adam Carolla. I've had him on this show twice. And so I've got audio of him just going after the Hollywood left. Now, this is one of those moments, KGB, you're welcome, where I'm not going to say, hey, are we in delay? Because there's like a lot of F-bombs in this thing. and so I told him, during the news at the bottom of the hour, I'm going to be working feverishly to try to get all of these F-bombs out so that I can air this audio, because it is an epic rant.
Wow.
And, well, here's the thing. He lives out there.
Yep.
And, yet, by the way, I'm not, and please understand that I'm not laughing, I'm not enjoying in other people's misery. I'm not. But what Adam Carolla is going to say is what I said yesterday and I said this morning, but he says it with a lot more F-bombs, is that the places where the fires are burning, some of the most progressive people in California, including, by the way, Mark Hamill. Now, if you know anything about Mark Hamill, who played Luke Skywalker, of course.
Yeah.
He is one of the biggest libs, progressives, anti-Donald Trump, anti-conservative people out there, to the point where he's just really nasty about it. He's not just, we can all disagree. No, he is an a-hole about it. He is. Mark Hamill.
He is. I agree.
And so I'm not happy that his house burned down. I would never take pleasure in other people's catastrophe. But if I'm able to clean up the audio, as you'll hear Adam Carolla talk about coming up here at 5:35, elections have consequences. And as he said, 80% of the people in the Palisades, Pacific Palisades area, they're a bunch of progressives. They voted for Gavin Newsome. They voted for Karen Bass, the mayor. They probably voted for all of these LA City Council, whoever the heck they are, who came up with all of these progressive policies that are now inhibiting the fire department from fighting all of these fires. And so, elections have consequences. All right, you ready to hear this Gavin Newsome thing?
Oh, yeah.
All right. This is a fake ad, everybody. I don't want to get in trouble. No, I don't want to get KGB in trouble. Because, it's ultimately I'd throw him right under the bus. Anyway, here...
you already have multiple times in the last month.
Keep it up, young man. Listen to this.
Hi, my name is Gavin Newsome, and I just wanted to let you know that I'm the useless piece of responsible for your home burning down. So just keep giving me your insanely high taxes and keep voting Democrat so I can keep burning this mother to the ground. Thank you.
There you go. Gavin
Every
Newsome.
time I heard piece of and mother, I was just like, my heart stops for a second.
There was a proposition 10 years ago, almost $3 billion was supposed to be used with this proposition, Prop 1, to build new reservoirs and water storage projects. You know how many have been built? None. None. It's backed up in red tape and environmental reviews. Unbelievable. I mean, this is what it's like in California.
He ended the dam. He closed some dams.
Yep.
Right, because apparently there was some dust up with the tribal. I'm not sure. This is something I should look into, I guess, before opening my mouth.
No. You're on the right track. Here's the thing. Whether we're talking about, the tribes or the fish or the environment or this creek or that lake or whatever.
Right.
I mean, but there is a fish. We're going to get into this. The
smelt.
The smelt fish. Do you know what the average lifespan of a smelt fish is?
No.
A year.
They're tasty too.
So they're going to die anyway. And yet they're rerouting the water back into the ocean so that they can protect a fish that is going to die anyway, instead of sending the water into the reservoirs. It is insanity. We got to go. We'll talk more about this coming up 5:30 on WTN.
Good morning. It is 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. 19 degrees here at the moment in Nashville, and it is quite chilly this morning. And the current conditions are perfect for what the National Weather Service says will be a winter storm warning. It goes into effect at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning for the entire mid-state, and we're expecting snow to begin early tomorrow morning.
A winter storm warning is in effect Friday and through Friday night, all the way into Saturday morning, actually. Many of us are going to end up with 4 to 6 inches of snowfall. However, this is something we haven't talked about too much in the last couple of days, but now it is looking like there could be a little mixing possible in southern Middle Tennessee, which means that could impact the snow totals in those areas.
That's Channel 4 Stefano DiPietro, of course. He says the roads will become treacherous pretty quickly, so we'll keep an eye on all of it for you. There is a critical need for blood donations before this winter storm hits. Blood Assurance says winter weather often leads to canceled blood drives and lower donor turnout, and it could lead to dangerous shortages. The greatest need is for O-negative blood and AB plasma. Donors this month get a bonus, too, a $25 gift card. Well, the death toll in the California wildfires now stands at 5, and fire officials overnight said the Palisades fire exploded to more than 17,000 acres thanks to strong Santa Ana winds. There's a desperate need for help in battling these fires make that as well.
We're asking for help. This is significantly trying. We do want more firefighters.
That's Los Angeles Fire Captain Eric Scott. Now, under L.A. Mayor Karen Bass, the fire department's budget was cut by $17 million this year. She wanted to cut more, but the cuts weren't adopted. The budget for dealing with homelessness in L.A. is larger than the budget for firefighting. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in, and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
Yeah, it's still out there on 24 eastbound at Church Street, exit 81. It's police activity, and the right entrance lane has been blocked off by it. So some trouble there this morning. Otherwise, on 24, looking pretty good, and 65 is looking good as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I pulled as much of this audio, KGB and Joan, as I could of Adam Carolla. And I will admit that some of the editing isn't the greatest, just because, quite frankly, it's
a lot.
It's a lot of curse words. It is a lot of curse
Should
words.
I prepare the dump button to be safe, or do you think you got it all?
Nah, just stay by it. Stay by it. Let's see here. This is Adam Carolla, and basically he's from California. He's from Southern California, and part of his issue is that you have a bunch of liberals, and they are living in Southern California. And they're all now out there screaming about what's going on in California. And he's saying, you voted for these people. You voted for Gavin Newsome and Karen Bass, the mayor. This is part of what Adam Carolla had. Dump button, right? I think I got it all. But this is Adam Carolla, and he's ticked.
The people who live in Malibu, who live in Santa Monica, who live in the Palisades, those are some of the most progressive blue voters in the world, or in the United States. They are a bastion of blue. So what those guys did is, all the people in the Palisades, I checked it out. It's about 80% blue, 80% progressive, 80% Democrat. Now, these are all sitting around crying about Karen Bass, water pressure, how come the forest wasn't cleared of all the brush, what's happening with the infrastructure. You guys all voted for Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles. You all voted for Gavin Newsome. And now you fucking get what you get. Oh, now that your house is on fire, well, now you're thinking about something else. Now you want to know what's going on. What's going on around here? You didn't give a shit about what was going on when other people's houses were on fire, but now you care.
And he's talking about people having to go to, like, the LA Planning Commission, going to the Coastal Commission, and pulling permits. And
he sounds really mad.
Oh, he's mad.
Oh, yeah.
He's mad.
Oof.
Because he knows he talks about, I'll be able to air more of this later on, but he also talks about Bill Maher and how Bill Maher turned. Because we all know that Bill Maher was incredibly liberal, right? Remember all that?
Oh, yeah.
And then somewhere Bill Maher turned. Do you know what turned Bill Maher? He wanted to put solar panels on his home in Los Angeles. And he had to deal with regulations, and he had to deal with commissions. And he realized, oh my God, what is all of this? And so Maher realized firsthand how much of a pain in the arse it is with all of these regulations and all of these regulations that are favored by and implemented by and enforced by Democrats.
Yeah.
And so he's like, this sucks. And so Maher, suddenly along comes Donald Trump, and Bill Maher is no Donald Trump fan, but let's be honest. He is a lot more of a Trump supporter than he used to be. There's some things that Trump stands for that Bill Maher and Trump have in common. And so now you've got Maher, and he is far more conservative, far more in the middle, because the regulations and the Democrats, they impacted him in a negative way. And so that's exactly what Adam Carolla is saying. And so part of what he's saying, part of this rant, is that there's going to be a lot of Democrats who are going to turn, like Bill Maher did. There's going to be a lot of Democrats who are going to try to rebuild if they try to rebuild their homes, and they're going to turn Republican, or at the very least a lot more moderate, because they're having to deal firsthand with their own policies. And their policies are terrible. And so part of what's going to happen, I believe, is that we're going to see a lot more people moving to places like Tennessee. Their home has been destroyed. Okay, so you've got months, if not years, trying to rebuild your home. And you can't get through all of the red tape. Maybe you had insurance, maybe you didn't, but you can't get through all of that red tape and the regulations and the permits. To Bill Maher, I don't know if he ever did, but you can't get through all of that. And they're just going to say, screw it. We're going to move to a place like Tennessee where we can rebuild and rebuild for a lot cheaper. I'd be willing to bet that there's going to be a big time change in California, because we already know in the last election in 2024, Donald Trump had, and I forget what the number was, but a lot more people voted for Donald Trump than in previous years. And this is a horrifically liberal state. Well, now you already have people that are realizing how impactful voting for Democrats and progressives can be to the negative. And so I'd be willing to bet that this may be that instance. This may be that moment in California where people realize how destructive the policies of Democrats can be.
You don't think any of them are too far gone?
When it hits you the way that these people are being hit, and you can make a direct line, and you can, in this case, you can make a direct line from progressive policies to the disaster of these wildfires right now, and the firefighters not being able to fight the fires or not being ready. You can make a direct line to their policies, the Democrat policies. And so when it really hits your life, when it really hits your wallet, this isn't hurting people in Van Nuys, which is a crap hole. I used to live there, so I can say that. This isn't hurting people in Van Nuys. This is hurting people in Malibu. This is hurting people in Pacific Palisades, Studio City as well, the Hollywood Hills. That's where all the leftists go. These are the people that voted for, as Adam Carolla says, these are all the people that voted for Gavin Newsome and Karen Bass and all these other people in the city council and whatever. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. And I'd be willing to bet, Joan, that a lot of them are going to say, screw it. We're going to move to Texas. We're going to move to Tennessee. We're going to move to South Carolina. We're going to move to places where we can rebuild a life for ourselves. And then we'll just fly back in when we have to, shoot. Because they're going to make it impossible to rebuild.
I think that's kind of the point.
You know what, Joan? That's one of the things that Adam Carolla said.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a great line. It's got like 3 F-bombs in it. But his point is that these permitting people and these commissions, they don't want folks living on the coastline. They don't want people living on PCH because they want to protect
Pacific Coast Highway.
Yeah. Okay. They want to protect.
You're such a California guy.
I know, sorry. But they want to protect the fish and the frogs and the grass and all that kind of stuff. So, and he uses other examples. Carson Daly wanted to build a swimming pool, and when Carson Daly wanted to build a swimming pool, you know what they made him do? They made him double hole it. Do you know what that is? You got to build 2 holes. Because if the first hole leaks, it's got to be able to get into the second hole. And it cost Carson Daly twice as much to build a swimming pool. Suzanne,
That's just pure insanity.
Suzanne, I remember this story. Suzanne Summers, if I remember right, she had to move out of California because they wouldn't let her build her home. And it's just, I don't know. By the way, did you hear James Woods?
I've watched a couple of interviews with him. Just, it's heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking. James Woods is on CNN, and he is talking because his home was destroyed, and his little niece, this kind of makes me a little teary. His little niece comes to him with her piggy bank, offering to help him rebuild, and he described that moment on CNN, and he started crying.
I'm 77 years old, man. I can't walk up these hills. It's like Mount Everest there. It's like, pretty steep. So, it's just, Sarah was on with her 8-year-old niece last night. And she came out, I'm sorry, just, one day you're swimming in the pool and the next day it's all gone. But she came out with her little Yeti piggy bank for us to rebuild our house.
I mean, he's got his face in his hands at this point, and he's crying. And you know what? James Woods, everyone knows he is incredibly conservative. However, the anchor on CNN was very consoling. And
I was kind of surprised. I was wondering if she was goofing on him.
No, she's not.
She was sincere.
Oh my gosh, James Woods, we all hope that you will be able to rebuild your house, maybe starting with that little Yeti piggy bank. And we're just glad that you're okay.
I thought I would be stronger than this.
You know what? Strength is not measured by whether, you hold in crying or not. Strength is what you are doing now and helping your neighbors and shining a light on the great, amazing work of all those firefighters and emergency crews out there.
And he is out there and he is talking about the firefighters. And there are... people are focused, and I will admit I am too, people are focused on what went wrong with leading up to these fires, with no water in the fire hydrants that had been stolen, the reservoirs that are empty, all the red tape, the fish that the Democrats and Gavin Newsome have been trying to protect. That's why there's no water leading into the reservoirs. And in all of that climate stuff and the red tape and just all of that stuff. And people are focused on that, as they should be. But there's a lot of heroes. Firefighters, people trying to save their neighbors' homes with their hoses. I mean, those kinds of things, those kinds of stories are all over the place in Southern California because, when the government lets you down, and this is a life lesson, friends, when the government lets you down, you've got to protect yourself. You've got to protect your family. And people are in California, they're banding together to do everything that they can to help each other. Now, James Woods, a little bit later on, he was on Fox News, and his tears had dried, and his anger was definitely in overdrive as he started talking about Gavin Newsome.
If it is true that things were handled this way, if it is true that Gavin Newsome is the absolute blithering idiot that I believe he is in the way he has handled fire management in this state again and again and again and again, this isn't a wake-up call. This is the kind of thing they have tribunals for, where they try people and say, you had an oath of office to perform certain duties. When you're the fire chief, this isn't a social justice exercise that you're in charge of. This is you getting water to areas that need water because there are fires in 100-mile-an-hour winds burning houses to the ground.
Yeah, and he is right. He is absolutely right. And there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of questions, and there's a lot of people who are going to be very angry. And I don't know, Joan, am I wrong on this? I don't know what people are saying on the super text line, and I can't do it now. Super text line, here's what I want to know. is because they're getting on to me about not staying on time on my clock. So we all were in that meeting. So, but here's my question for super texters, because there's people that are saying, including Gavin Newsome, and I'll play the audio after 6, that this isn't the time to have these conversations about finger pointing. And my opinion is it is absolutely the right time for finger pointing, because now is the time that everybody is actually paying attention. 5:50 on Nashville's Morning News. Joe and Jones, what's coming up at the news at 6?
Well, we've got our eye on that impending snowstorm. Looks like it'll get started sooner than forecasters first thought. We've got those details. And why Mayor O'Connell's transit plan make it next. We've got those stories at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Sorry, 5:54 at Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm going through all of this Adam Carolla audio because there's so much good stuff here. Maybe I'll be able to play Some of it coming up after the news at 6 o'clock as well. Hey, I want to shift gears really quickly. By the way, I've got a lot going on the program today. 6:38, Tennessee State Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson. He's going to be joining us at 6:38. There's a number of things that I want to speak to him about. Yesterday at the end of the show, I was taking some calls. I really enjoyed doing that, by the way. And somebody called up and asked about the ban on hemp here in the state of Tennessee. And so I didn't say anything when the call came in. I didn't think that hemp was actually banned here in Tennessee. And I called up Jack Johnson. It's really not. Then we started going down the road of medicinal marijuana. And that's a whole different conversation. So we're going to speak to Tennessee State Senator Jack Johnson, Majority Leader, about that. I'm also going to ask him about Tren de Aragua, possibly here in the state of Tennessee and in Middle Tennessee at that. Of course, we were talking yesterday about the brothel in Antioch, right? Well, now we know the names of the people in Antioch who have been arrested because of the brothel, the prostitution ring. Joan, have you been trying your hand at these names, professional broadcaster that you are?
You know how I deal with this? I don't put their names in my newscast.
Gianfranco Augusto Borazetti Morales, 31.
Good for you.
Felix well, I don't think I got it right. Felix Rafael Ortega. Elmer Humberto Aparicio Castillo.
I love when you roll your R's like that.
When I'm rolling my R's, I'm also rolling my I's.
Yeah.
Idennis Alexander Sanchez Paredes and Wilfredo Jose Mata Fornenio. And they're all Venezuelan. So,
you know this, that they're Venezuelan?
That's what local media is reporting.
Oh.
You didn't need to try on that last one. I don't think you needed to try on that last one. That one seemed impossible from just how you were pronouncing it.
Wilfredo Jose Mata Fornenio. Anyway, it appears that, yes, they are Venezuelan. Took a minute for the media to report that aspect of it. I thought it was interesting. Don Aaron, because I think these guys are Tren de Aragua. I mean, they're Venezuelan. It's a prostitution ring or a brothel, and that is part of their MO. Don Aaron is with Metro Police Department.
There's no danger to the community. The community can be assured that our police department and our federal partners have been working diligently since last year to further this investigation, and we're taking it step by step, meticulously and methodically. And what you're seeing this morning is part of that.
So I was a little baffled by where he said,
there's no danger to the community.
So I want to make sure we got 5 Venezuelans who are running a prostitution ring, a brothel in Antioch, in Nashville. And Tren de Aragua, if you look at their history, they are a bloodthirsty Venezuelan gang. Now, just to be clear, no one has officially said that these guys are Tren de Aragua, but we know that they're in Tennessee. We know that they came out of the prisons in Venezuela. We know that they came across the southern border. And just in the last couple of weeks, it's been a big news story that they are now in every single major Tennessee city. So I can only surmise that it is Tren de Aragua.
There's no danger to the community.
But apparently there's no danger to the community, according to Don Aaron. So we're going to get into that and a whole lot more straight ahead. There's a lot of fire news as well, including the battle over the smelt fish in California. Donald Trump is going all after Gavin Newsome. I've got details on that. Some great audio as well. A very busy news morning right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And the big story that we're following today is that winter storm that's headed our way. The National Weather Service issuing a winter storm warning that begins tomorrow morning just as our snow arrives. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro.
Conditions will quickly deteriorate through Friday morning with that heaviest snowfall late into the morning and right through the middle of our day. Now, as far as the start time of the snow is concerned, in far west middle Tennessee, that should happen between about 2 and 5 o'clock in the morning. So most of those areas probably before we even get to sunrise. In Nashville, Clarksville, Murfreesboro, down through areas like Manchester, across a lot of the I-65 corridor, that should happen between about 4 and 7 o'clock in the morning. As we head out toward the Cumberland Plateau, start time for snow between about 6 and 9 o'clock, and then it really is not going to let up from there.
Yeah, snow continues all throughout the day tomorrow. TDOT says that if you don't have to be out on the roads tomorrow, stay home so they can clear the roads. Other news, Nashville Electric Service says the crews will be working around the clock to make sure that the power and substations there won't have any problems during the storm. NES's Brent Baker tells Channel 4 they're working to make sure that power lines are in good shape ahead of the storm.
It's inevitable during cold weather that some outage might occur because of an equipment issue. Our crews are here ready to respond quickly so that we can get power restored as fast as possible. The hardest part, once we have snow, is to get our vehicles around to restore anything, so the roads becoming slick could be an issue.
Customers should report outages on the NES website. Governor Bill Lee is considering calling a special session of the state legislature so lawmakers can focus on a new school voucher bill.
If that education initiative, the Education Freedom Scholarship Act, goes into effect, then we want to be able to implement it in a timely fashion. It needs to be implemented. If it's going to be implemented for this year, then we'll have to act quickly, either in the very beginning of session or in a special session.
The Education Freedom Act would allow families to apply for scholarships to attend private schools using public tax dollars. Democrats in the state legislature say calling a special session is a political stunt. We'll know whether Nashville's $3 billion transit referendum and its sales tax increase will go into effect by the end of this month. Davidson County Chancellor Ann Martin said yesterday that she won't keep everyone hanging on. A group of citizens has sued. They say voters were misled about some of the transit plan's details, including the true cost of that plan. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. In Smyrna, 24, the westbound side now at Sam Ridley Parkway, exit 66. A crash there is blocking off the right shoulder. That one is a vehicle and a semi involved in that accident. Couple of those accidents already this morning, so careful as you're driving in, especially apparently on 24. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hey, coming up at 6:38, State Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson will be joining me. A lot of things to cover with the senator. 7:05, we have Kathy Henners going to talk about the Venezuelans. I believe that there is a very strong possibility that this is Tren de Aragua. But these guys that were busted for running this brothel, this prostitution ring, that happened in Antioch. We've got more information on that. And also coming up later on this morning at 7:35, going to check in with the folks over there at BNA, going to talk about whether or not the airport, or I should say, what is the airport doing to get ready for the snowstorm that we're going to encounter tomorrow. A lot of people talking about the 5 major fires that are burning across L.A. County. Thousands are fleeing. And there's a number of different things that are discussion points, at least for me today. Number one is you have a lot of liberals, a lot of progressives who are out there saying that the attacks on Gavin Newsome, the attacks on Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles, are unfair, unwarranted, and this is the wrong time to have these conversations about their mismanagement of water resources, their mismanagement of the fire department, the cutting of the budget for the fire department, putting, smelt fish above making sure that the area of Southern California has the water that it needs. And now, of course, we know that they don't have the water that they need to fight these fires. And so I believe that it is the perfectly appropriate time to talk about this, because here's the deal. People are paying attention. It is all over the news. The images, the videos of what is happening in Southern California, it is horrific. And these fires are out of control. And the reason why these fires are out of control, let's be fair. It's not Gavin Newsome's fault and Karen Bass's fault that the wind is blowing and these fires have started. But the reality is that they've mismanaged a lot of things, including the water. Now, President-elect Donald Trump was asked about all of this yesterday, as you can imagine, of course, especially the lack of water. And he talked about the water wars in California, and this is a very big deal. The water wars in California, and in particular, the smelt fish.
Well, it's very sad because I've been trying to get Gavin Newsom to allow water to come. You'd have tremendous water up there. They send it out to the Pacific because they're trying to protect a tiny little fish, which is in other areas, by the way, called a smelt. And for the sake of a smelt, they have no water. They had no water in the fire hydrants today in Los Angeles. It was a terrible thing. And we're going to get that done. It's going to finally be done. I got it done from the federal side, and he didn't want to sign it, but it's not going to happen again like that. There's no reason. Can you imagine? You have farmers that don't have any water in California. They have plenty of water. They don't have a drought. They send it out to the Pacific. And it's crazy. So
yeah, they've had a lot of rain in California in the last couple of years. The reservoirs, though, are dry. So you've got this little tiny fish. It's called a smelt fish. And their numbers are going down, and they've been going down for years. California had a couple of really wet winters, which means that there'd be a lot of water in the reservoirs. But because of because of the concerns about the smelt fish, they don't have the water that they need. This is from the LA Times. In May of last year, with runoff from this year's snow and rain boosting the levels of California's reservoirs, state water managers have now announced plans to increase deliveries of supplies from the state water project to 40% of full allotments, up from 30% last month. The increased allotment, they say, which has been widely expected, means that suppliers serving 27 million Californians, as well as some farming areas, will have substantially more water available to use and store this year. But the Water Resources also is saying, the Department of Water Resources also said that officials have had to limit pumping from the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta this year because of environmental protections for native fish. The smelt fish, they literally live a year. That's number one. Number two, the region has changed. But number two, they also have other predators. Like there's other fish that eat these smelt fish. So they're trying to save this fish, and so they don't have enough water because they can't pump. They can't do the things that they need to do to route the water into the reservoirs so that the reservoirs can then pump the water to the fire hydrants because of the smelt fish. And so if you look this up, I mean, there's all these articles on how the smelt fish and some of these other environmental concerns, the EPA and so forth, is preventing California from routing the water to where it needs to go.
This is a true tragedy, and it's a mistake of the governor, and you could say the administration. They don't have any water. They didn't have water in the fire hydrants. They don't have water. And yet they have, the water comes from, you know where? Up north. And it comes down at levels, they give millions and millions of barrels of gallons of water that they have, and they send it out into the Pacific. For the Pacific, it's like a drop, it's nothing. But for California, it would take care of the whole state. So what's happened is a tragedy, and the governor has not done a good job. With that being said, I got along well with him when he was governor. We worked together very well, and we would work together. I guess it looks like we're going to be the one having to rebuild it. But what happened there, I don't think there's anything that I've ever seen quite like it.
Yeah, that's Donald Trump. Continuing with that article, because he's talking about the fish. Although this year, they say, again, LA Times has brought average wet conditions, the agency said, and again, this is the Department of Water Resources, they have said again that their ability to move water south through the system of aqueducts and reservoirs has been impacted by the presence of threatened and endangered fish. The smelt fish near the state's pumping facilities in the South Delta. So this is a state issue. Now, we've been reporting to you all morning long, and I will again, these fires, there's now a total of 6, 0% containment. Homes are going up in flames. Unfortunately and tragically, 5 people are dead. 100,000 or so are now evacuated, and the evacuations do continue. And this is clearly a state issue. Now, you have heard Donald Trump blasting Gavin Newsome. The bottom line is this: focus on the DEI at the fire department. That is a state Democrat issue. They mandated vaccines. They fired a bunch of firefighters. Talked about that in the previous hour. You hear people saying, we don't have enough firefighters. Well, you shouldn't have fired the well over 100 firefighters because they refused to take the vaccines a couple of years ago. They were trying to change the dreaded white male culture at the fire department a few years ago as well. They were so focused on diversity and less focused on fire preparation. The fire hydrants, as I've been telling you yesterday, we've all been telling you, they were empty. Some of them had actually been stolen. You have the issue with the stupid fish being protected over people. And these are all issues that could have and should have been dealt with in the governor's office. And when you look at California, you've got the state legislature, you've got the governor's office, you've got the mayor of Los Angeles. All of these people are Democrats. Now, wait till you hear what Gavin Newsom's almost tearful response was to Donald Trump criticizing him. I've got that audio straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News. It is 6:15 on Super Talk 99.7. Time to check the roads. .15, Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather today, a high of 35, low of 16. I guess we are now at our low of 16 degrees, and going to be sunny today. Of course, the big snowstorm, Snowmageddon, snowpocalypse, whatever you want to say, is going to start earlier than we thought. And I guess, Joan, it's going to start around, 2 o'clock in the morning to our west, and then Middle Tennessee right around 5 to 7 o'clock in the morning. That is when it'll start here in Nashville and, our sort of Middle Tennessee region. Then it's going to head east of Nashville around at 9 a.m. And all told, we're going to get, 4 to 6 inches?
Can you say Snowmageddon one more time for me?
Snowmageddon. Look at you.
Was waiting for that moment, and then I saw it, and I was like, I'm not ready.
Look at KGB with the sound effects.
So anytime you say that, I will play that.
All right, very good. Back to California. Gavin Newsom getting just absolutely crucified by Republicans and conservatives. And by the way, I want to know from you, KGB, I'm so busy in here, I don't have the super text line open. I did ask the question, is now an appropriate time to criticize local authorities about their fire lack of preparation? Because Gavin Newsom says, oh, no, now's not the right time.
We're in the public safety phase.
I hate to even ask this question, but the president-elect chose to attack you, blame you for this.
One can't even respond to it. I mean, people are literally fleeing. People have lost their lives. Kids lost their schools. Families completely torn asunder. Churches burned down. This guy wanted to politicize it. I have a lot of thoughts, and I know what I want to say. I won't.
Here's the thing, and I've said this for a long time. You folks that have been listening to me for years, thank you. When somebody says that you're trying to politicize a disaster, what they're actually saying is, and you heard him say right there, I'm not going to respond. When somebody says that you're politicizing the disaster, it means that they don't want to be held accountable. That's what's going on with Gavin Newsom. You'll notice, by the way, that Anderson Cooper, he didn't ask him any specific questions about putting the smelt fish over diverting the water through the aqueducts down to Southern California. You'll notice that Cooper didn't ask him anything specific about the allegations, just that, do you have any response to Donald Trump? And that gives Newsom the opportunity to say, he's politicizing these horrible fires as people are being evacuated. Now, I believe, is the time to talk about this.
I stood next to a president of the United States of America today, and I was proud to be with Joe Biden. And he had the backs of every single person in this community. He didn't play politics, didn't try to divide any of us.
See, so when they say, Donald Trump is trying to politicize this, he's trying to divide us. And here's the thing, and KGB, I want to know what people are saying on the super text line. But you wait until, 4 or 5 months from now when they get done with all of their politicized commissions on what went wrong, and you'll get a very biased report from the Democrats, maybe at the LA City Council, the mayor's office, the Democrats in the state legislature, and it'll be buried. Right now is when everybody is paying attention, and people want to know why this is happening. Why are the fire hydrants empty? And why have, the forest, why have they not been brushed away? Now, realize, and I did say this yesterday, that these areas that are being burned, some of them are neighborhoods. And so you have areas where people's front yards, backyards, and so forth, that's on the homeowners as well. But California, they've got a lot of trees and they've got a lot of bushes and so forth, but that's also part of the conversation. What are people saying, generally speaking, KGB, on the super text line about whether or not this is the right time to talk about the lack of preparation in California?
Most people are on your side of saying it's absolutely the right time. You need to find out what caused these, obviously the not having enough water. There needs to be the finger pointing to find out the true cause of it. People are mainly on your side. And people are saying smelt is delicious as well, just for the record. So people are...
all the more reason to not protect them and put them in a frying pan. That's what I said. 6:20, Nashville's Morning News, and Joe and Jones has the news at 6:30. By the way, coming up before the news, after this commercial break, some great audio as a reporter catches up to Karen Bass, the mayor.
Oh, yeah.
Have you heard this audio?
I watched it. It is just I watched it a couple times over.
All right, then we'll
Love
have
it.
fun with that audio coming up. And what is coming up in the news at 6:30?
Well, TEMA declares a state of emergency ahead of tomorrow's storm. Also, the federal government is shut down today. We'll tell you what's going on there. Those stories at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 621. I always recommend Mark Spain here in Nashville because I trust that they're going to sell your home hassle-free with a strong all-cash offer. Now, they've been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years now, and they've served over 58,000 families. And with all those clients, Mark Spain Real Estate is the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. And with all those reviews, they've got over 12,500 five-star reviews. That is amazing. You can trust Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home fast and for maximum profit and the least amount of hassle. That is their guaranteed offer. There's a reason why they've had so much success. It is that guaranteed offer that people keep talking about. A quick sale and maximum profit. So get a guaranteed offer on your home today. 855-299-SOLD. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 855-299-SOLD. Online anytime at markspain.com and start packing. 625 Nashville's Morning News. All right, coming up, must-hear audio regarding and involving the Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. Dan Mandis here for the Glock store. Now, this is my gun store and where I train, and I do need to go more often, and you do too. I know they've got those private shooting rooms and personal instructors, not multiple lanes, and some stranger shooting next to you. At the Glock store, they've got a great deal going on right now, an exciting 2025 New Year, new deal just for you. Now, all month long here in January, you can book a shooting session at shoot270.com. You mention my name. You're going to get to shoot a full auto H&K suppressed MP5 just for mentioning my name, Dan Mandis. Now, that is a $50 value and an experience you are never going to forget. Now, a few weeks ago, I got to shoot that full auto H&K suppressed MP5. It was amazing, and it was an experience I will never forget. All you have to do is mention my name. Find them online. It is shoot270.com, the incredible, incomparable shoot270.com, only in Nashville and only at my place to train, the Glock store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere, shoot270.com. All right, so a lot has been made about Karen Bass, and there's more documents out today about how the fire department chief actually sent a memorandum to the Los Angeles mayor as she cut millions from the fire department budget. So I guess she's flying back. She was in Ghana? And so
she's in Ghana. Is that crazy?
Yeah, so she's, I guess, flying back. She's in an airport. And I don't know which airport she was in, but she's waiting for the plane to land and for her to be able to board. And a reporter from Sky News corners her as she was waiting for the opportunity to get on this plane.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today?
No, she doesn't.
Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today?
She is standing stone-faced, won't even look at the guy.
You're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster?
And she's just sitting here waiting and waiting to be allowed to board the plane.
So uncomfortable.
She's got no... I felt uncomfortable for her, and I can't stand her.
Yeah.
No apology for them? Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home? Madam Mayor, let me ask you just again, have you anything to say to the citizens today?
She's now walking.
Do you return?
No. They're gonna come.
Madam Mayor, just a few words for the citizens today as you return to deal with the catastrophe.
Can you take this down?
And off she goes. Onto the tarmac and onto the plane. So there you go. Nothing to say. Like, not one thing to say. Meantime, the policies of Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass really coming under a lot of scrutiny because here's the thing. She did cut the budget by millions.
She did. She cut it by $17 million, wanted to cut it by $23 million, but city council wouldn't allow her to go that far.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Shocking.
And here's what I get out of that exchange with that reporter. It wasn't an American reporter.
Correct. Sky News out of the UK.
Yes.
All right. Got a lot more straight ahead. 6:30, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 6:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with the latest news. And at the top of the news, of course, The winter storm that's headed our way. It's going to have quite a punch. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro.
We have had a little change in some areas. There actually could be a little mixing south of Interstate 40 now. So that is something we'll need to watch very closely because it could impact the snow totals in those areas. But snow is going to arrive early in the day on Friday, but it should end earlier now Friday evening and into Friday night. That will give road crews plenty of extra time to play some catch-up going into Saturday.
Generally speaking, we'll probably get between 4 and 6 inches of snow and perhaps some mixing with freezing rain in the far south regions, and we'll keep our eye on it. TEMA has declared a state of emergency ahead of that storm. Director Patrick Sheehan tells Channel 4 that today would be a good day to go get stocked up on groceries so you don't have to make a trip to the store once it begins.
We hope Tennesseans will just continue to monitor your forecasts. Again, there's no reason to panic. We have the luxury of time. The forecast is pretty consistent at this point, so prepare now. So we talk about the 4 Ps: people, pets, pipes, and plants. So make sure you have a plan and that you're taking action to check on your family members and your neighbors.
Yeah, so one thing you won't need to do today is wait for your mail. The Postal Service is not delivering mail today in honor of the late former President Jimmy Carter. Today is a national day of mourning. The U.S. Supreme Court, the stock market, government offices, they're all closed today. Bond markets will be open for a shortened session. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Pickett Jones, 631, Nashville's Morning News on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. By the way, Tennessee State Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson is joining us coming up here in about 4 minutes. Dan Mandis here for Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are your Rude Pro partner, and they're my partner as well. I love these folks, and I've been working with them for years. Now, Busy Bee is always looking for ways to save you money. Now, here in a very cold January, some red hot deals. Get a free air duct cleaning with the purchase of a new complete whole home AC, or get a free air duct cleaning package upgrade. So you buy the middle package, you are automatically upgraded to the deluxe. And by the way, they're also offering you 15% off indoor air quality products. So find them online, busybeehvac.com. They are your Rude Pro partner. Save money and stay warm this January with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Call them, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out at 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com.
Got a crash out at the airport this morning, Briley Parkway, Glastonbury Road, maybe right there by the Dunkin' Donuts lot. We'll check it on that one for you. Also, Smyrna, it's the 24 westbound accident still there. It's at Sam Ridley Parkway, exit 66, and it is blocking off the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.636, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on in to your Thursday, January 9th. Hope you're having a great morning so far. The Tennessee State Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson, always great to have you on the program, sir. I'm going to jump right into it. We do have a new legislative session coming up here for the state of Tennessee. In the headlines today, and it was in the headlines yesterday as well, of course, I'm taking great interest in this story, this brothel, this prostitution ring in Antioch. You've got 5 guys. From what I understand, they are Venezuelan. Now, my worry, and we talk about this a lot, is that the Venezuelan gang, Tren de Aragua, is in Antioch and running this brothel. We know that the TBI has said that they are here in Middle Tennessee. And they're operating in every major city, Nashville, Memphis, Knoxville, and Chattanooga. So how worried are you that they are getting more of a foothold here in Middle Tennessee?
Well, good morning, Dan. Always good to be with you as well, and thank you for having me on. Well, of course, we're concerned, and there are a lot of conversations going on across Tennessee with our law enforcement agencies. You've got the TBI, Homeland Security, then obviously our sheriffs and police departments all across the state. They are very aware of the presence of these individuals, these gang members in Tennessee, very much on heightened alert and ready to pounce whenever they commit any type of illegal activity such as this. One of the concerns about the open border, we've talked about it before, is the human trafficking element of this. You've got people that are in sex slavery, Dan. That's what's happening, is human trafficking. And it's just another example of the failed border, the consequences of a failed border from the Biden administration, while we're so happy to see President Trump come in and not only secure the border, but help us get these people out of our state.
Had a call yesterday, another news, somebody asked about a ban on hemp here in the state of Tennessee, which confused me, of course, because I don't believe, and it's not, hemp is illegal here in Tennessee. Remember, hemp, just for folks that don't know, hemp is considered cannabis, but it's 0.3% or less THC, and you can grow it, and you can make things like clothing and paper and animal feed and things like that. So in Tennessee, under that definition, hemp, Jack Johnson, I don't believe it is illegal, is it?
No, you're exactly right, Dan, and you defined it perfectly. The federal government passed a farm bill back in, I believe it was 2014, and that legalized that, or clarified that hemp was legal, and your definition was spot on about how you define it. And people like hemp. They use it for all kinds of products, and in fact, if you go back and look at history, a lot of your robes and clothing were made with hemp back in ye olden days, as they would say. And it can be a very valuable product, but it does have that 0.3% THC or less in there, and so you'd have to have a whole lot of it to try to have any type of intoxicating power from it.
All right, now, that did segue, though, into a conversation about medical marijuana here in the state of Tennessee, and that's a very nuanced answer as to whether or not medical marijuana is legal in the state of Tennessee. So talk a little bit about whether or not it's legal or illegal, and then we'll talk about this upcoming legislative session where I don't know if it's going to come up or not, but I'm curious as to whether or not you think it will.
Sure. So what we've done in Tennessee is we've listened to our medical professionals, and where there is clear documented cases that there are scientific evidence of cannabis products, and typically cannabis oil. And this is a very, very refined product. And I believe that don't want your listeners to get mad at me if I have my math wrong, but we're talking about hemp is 0.3% THC or less. These cannabis oils can get up to about 0.9%. And these are oils. There's nothing that you smoke or to get high on. But there is clear medical evidence that that those products can be very helpful. Say, for an example, but for a child who has a seizure disorder, that these oils are helpful. So we have authorized or legalized the use of these oils in very limited situations for people with MS, for example. And again, we're listening to our medical professionals. But we just very much in Tennessee believe we got to keep a very tight rein on this. I did some traveling recently, and I'm sure you have as well, where you go to places, you walk down the street, all you can smell is pot smoke. And we don't want that to happen in Tennessee, whether it's for medical or recreational use. But we do want people who can have health benefits to be able to have access to it.
I know that veterans, who have PTSD and these kinds of things, they have said that this really helps them as well. Part of what happens in Tennessee, from what I understand, is that this THC apparently must be obtained from outside the state and under really strict regulations. At least that's what I read. Is there any thought of, how do I say this? Is there a middle ground between being Denver, Colorado, where you're right, Senator Johnson, you go down Colorado, Denver especially, I used to live there, and you smell pot like literally everywhere. But we can also be really, really far on the other side and really make it strict to the point where there's people that need help and they can't get that help. Is it a conversation where there might be at some point just a little bit more loosening of the reins without being Denver, Colorado?
Exactly. And the answer is yes. I think the answer is yes. Listen, we in Tennessee, we're a very conservative state, as you know. We don't want recreational use. I want to be very clear about that. I would never support recreational legalization of marijuana. And if we're going to continue to explore additional uses for medicinal purposes, we're going to listen very closely to our medical professionals, and even they disagree sometimes, as you know, about the efficacy of these things. But where there's clear evidence, we will continue to look at that. And yes, we have no problem. If there's a clear evidence when someone is suffering and there is a medicinal use and they can benefit from the use of these products, we will absolutely look at that and make that legal for them. We don't lack compassion in that area, but we also don't want to have, as you said, like it is in Denver or Los Angeles or New York, where you can't even go outside without smelling pot smoke everywhere. We're not going to allow that to happen in Tennessee.
645, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Tennessee State Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson is joining us coming up after the traffic. We're going to talk about the future of school choice right now. They're time to check the roads on WTN. .645 weather today, a high of 35, sunny skies, really cold right now at 16 degrees. And, of course, we have the snow starting early tomorrow morning. So, Senator Johnson, let me ask you, the 2025 legislative session is pretty much upon us. When we talk about school choice, you, William Lamberth, of course, filed the Education Freedom Act of 2025. That was back in November. We talked about that. A poll from the Beacon Center said that 73% of Republicans and 51% of Democrats support the governor's plan. And so now the question is, and you always got to consider the source for some of these polls, whatever, but I think there's a lot of people that are for this plan. How is this going to be dealt with in this next legislative session?
Well, great question, Dan, and I'm so excited about getting this done in Tennessee. I've supported school choice, and many others have as well for many, many years. And why wouldn't you? That's a question I would ask. Why would you not support people being able to use their own tax dollars to educate their child in a manner in which they deem appropriate? To me, it's just common sense, and I am perplexed when friends of mine who I respect. Some of them I respect, some of them I don't, but who call themselves conservative but think that the government should dictate where your child goes to school. That's antithetical to everything that we as conservatives believe. We believe in parental empowerment. Parents should make decisions. And maybe the public school down the street is a good alternative for your child. Maybe it's not. Maybe there's a Christian school or some other type of school that you as a parent think would be a better alternative for your child. So I don't understand why someone would not support empowering parents with educational choice. I do believe we're going to get it done this year. You know, we were very close this past legislative session, could not quite come to an agreement between the House and the Senate on the variations of the bill. We had great conversations over the summer, and as you said, we're going to convene this coming Tuesday, and we may even go into special session. Happy to talk about that if you want. There's some conversations about that to get it done, along with hurricane relief for Upper East Tennessee.
So this might be, and you just mentioned there's been conversations going on. This might be a how the sausage is made kind of question. But last year, there were 3 different versions. The governor's version, the House version, the Senate version. The House had a ton of various proposals in it. The Senate was a cleaner bill. The governor had his own version. The whole idea fell apart because, as you said, you guys just, nobody could get on the same page. Since the end of the last session, have there been discussions to get everybody on the same page so that you go in, everybody knows what the bills are going to have and you know where you fell down last year and how to get everybody on the same page this year?
Yes, there have. And the reason for this is when you look at education across the board, K-12, higher education, pre-K, it's a massive, massive industry, if you will. It's a massive undertaking in the state of Tennessee, and we spend a lot of money on it. And we should, because we want our kids to be educated. And we throw in private schools, private education, homeschooling, education in general is a big, big, complicated issue that has a lot of moving pieces and parts. So when you poke it on one side, it pokes out on another. And so obviously, every single year we have lots of ideas about how to improve public education, how to make our homeschooling community even more independent and have better options. And so naturally, when you start talking about any type of education reform, a lot of people are going to weigh in with different ideas. And so it was more of a structural, procedural type thing this last legislative session. So I do believe we've got a good bill. The bill that Leader Lamberth and I introduced I think will be the bill that we will get passed. But at the same time, there are some good ideas about some other education reforms. You know, we have invested more and done more to improve public education as Republicans. Republicans have controlled the state of Tennessee for about 13 years now. A lot of new people don't realize that. Prior to that, it was Democrats for over 100 years. And in the last decade, Republicans have done more to improve public education than Democrats did in the 30 years combined prior to that. So don't tell me because I support school choice that I'm anti-public education. I'm not, nor are my colleagues. We want a good public education system. You can do that while at the same time supporting parents to pick other alternatives that they think are best for their kids. So I think we'll get it done. There's a lot of momentum. I'm excited about it, and it's going to be good for kids, good for education in Tennessee.
All right, so I've got 30 seconds left. Possibility of a special session inside the actual session, because I think it gives it the attention it deserves. Also, more relief funds to be allocated for folks in eastern Tennessee because of Hurricane Helene?
That's correct. And not only additional relief, it gets complicated because you got FEMA money that's coming in, but it takes the federal government forever. So we want to be able to front load and get some money in the hands of people who need it badly to rebuild their homes, rebuild schools. want to be able to do that, and then also deal with property tax obligations and that kind of thing. We love our neighbors in Upper East Tennessee. They got hit very hard. We're going to help them recover as quickly as they can.
All right. Thank you very much, as always, Tennessee State Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson. Always great to have him on the program. 650 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up right before the news with Joan Jones, I've got another Adam Carolla soundbite, a Californian who is sounding off on Gavin Newsome and Karen Bass and the local leaders as Southern California does continue to burn. Details straight ahead. Dan Mandis here with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask, because some insurance companies refuse to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof. Now, this means that the insurance company will depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. Older roof, they're going to pay you less, and that could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement costs. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, it's going to be replaced when you have King & Associates Insurance. It is that kind of focus on customer service that does make King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. So call them, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, 615-329-8121, 615-329-8121. Get your royal review, tkinginsurance.com. 651, Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news at 7?
Well, President Biden has just done it again. We'll tell you what he has just done for Ukraine this morning. And President Trump breaks donation records as his first day in office approaches. Those stories at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line, people are blowing us up there in the borough, in Murfreesboro, Joan.
Oh, why is that?
Because, Senator Jack Johnson said that we don't want to become Denver, where you can smell the devil's lettuce all over the place, marijuana all over the place.
Yeah. Devil's lettuce.
We don't want to be that community. People from Murfreesboro are blowing up the Super Text line. There's like 3 or 4 different people, and I'm just glancing, that are saying that you can't go anywhere in Murfreesboro.
That's true.
Without smelling it.
Yeah.
Is that true?
It is. My son lives there, and so we spend a lot of time there. And it is true. You can walk through the parking lot of any store, and the smell is heavy in the air because people are getting high in their cars.
Joan, do they call it the devil's lettuce down there?
You know, I've never heard it called the devil's lettuce.
The devil's lettuce.
That's a Dan thing.
Is that? Did I invent that? Anyway,
I
whatever.
think I've heard it once or twice, but it's just funny to hear you say it.
So I guess the question is, where are they getting it? Because pot is supposed to be recreational marijuana is illegal in the state of Tennessee. So where are they getting it?
Well, if it's the devil's lettuce, it comes from the devil.
Maybe they're getting it from the devil. Maybe that's what it is.
You could use that dun 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 right after.
Dun.
So
That's
let's try
right.
it again. So if it's the devil's lettuce, it probably comes. That was a pre.
I just if I hear the phrase, I play it. It's just like Snowmageddon. I gotta play it.
Mm-hmm. Snowpocalypse.
Hold on.
Timing is everything.
If it's the devil's lettuce, it probably came from the devil.
So here's my question, though.
Thank you.
I couldn't tell you the last time I've been in Murfreesboro. Isn't Weaver from Murfreesboro?
He is.
Oh, Ken
in
Weaver's
fact,
from Murfreesboro.
I bump into him sometimes in the store.
Do you?
Yeah.
Chris Hand is also from Murfreesboro.
Yes. I bump into him in church.
Okay. Well, I'll ask my friendly Murfreesboroans if they smell marijuana.
I'm pretty sure
in
they
Murfreesboro.
do. Yeah.
If I smoke some devil's lettuce, can I say Murfreesboroans? Would I be able to say it then?
Well, what's for sure is you won't care.
That's exactly right. I'll be too busy eating Fritos and Doritos. Hey, real quickly, Adam Carolla is really angry at the Democrats in California because of what they've done, which is, and we've been talking about it all morning long, everybody's talking about the failures of the state of California to be prepared for these fires, and Adam Carolla is ticked.
The people who live in Malibu, who live in Santa Monica, who live in the Palisades, those are some of the most progressive blue voters in the world or in the United States. They are a bastion of blue. So what those guys did is all the people in the Palisades, I checked it out. It's about 80% blue, 80% progressive, 80% Democrat. Now, these are all sitting around crying about Karen Bass, water pressure, how come the forest wasn't cleared of all the brush, what's happening with the infrastructure. You guys all voted for Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles. You all voted for Gavin Newsome. And now you fucking get what you get. Oh, now that your house is on fire, well, now you're thinking about something else. Now you want to know what's going on.
There you go.
Oh, man, he's angry.
Well, you know what? There's a lot of other people that are angry, too.
Absolutely.
All right, coming up next, Kathy Henners is going to join us, going to be talking about Tren de Aragua and that brothel in Antioch. That is straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Seven o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got a big old problem on 65 southbound this morning. An accident at Vietnam Veterans Boulevard, exit 95, and it has three lanes blocked off this morning. 3 right lanes on 65 southbound at Vietnam Veterans Boulevard blocked. We'll keep an eye on that. So what we know so far about our approaching snowstorm is that it'll begin before sunrise tomorrow morning. There'll be roughly 4 to 6 inches of snow on the ground when it's all over. But what we haven't talked about so far is what happens beyond tomorrow afternoon and into the evening.
Widespread snow continues right through the middle of our afternoon, but then it starts to taper off as we head into the evening. By about 5, 6, and 7 o'clock, most of the widespread steadier snowfall, that's gone. We still have some good snow showers left over, but those should start to move out through the rest of the evening and into the overnight. And other than a few flurries on Saturday morning, we should be completely wrapping up.
Now let's Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro. Could be some icing, too, in the areas farthest south. Other news of the day, just 11 days to go before Inauguration Day. And just this morning, the Biden administration announced a new $500 million package of military aid to Ukraine. When asked, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says he supports that move.
In February, we will mark 3 years of Putin's war. And the stakes are still enormous for all of our security. If Putin swallows Ukraine, his appetite will only grow.
The weapons package is coming from U.S. stockpiles. This, by the way, is the 74th tranche of equipment to be provided from our Defense Department inventories for Ukraine since 2021. President-elect Donald Trump has raised more than $170 million for his upcoming inauguration, and that is a record amount. But by the time January 20th rolls around, it's expected to be more like $200 million. Now, by comparison, Joe Biden raised $62 million for his inauguration. The money goes to the oath of office ceremony, the parade, and all the inaugural balls. And anything that's left over, that's usually slated for the future presidential library. No trading on Wall Street today.
The Dow Jones and Standard & Poor's 500 posted modest gains Wednesday. The Dow rising 106 points to close at 42,635. The S&P adding 0.16%. The Nasdaq Composite was the outlier, finishing the day fractionally lower. The stock market has closed today as the nation mourns the passing of President Jimmy Carter. Investors will have plenty to mull over as they head back to work tomorrow. Notes from the latest meeting of the Federal Reserve indicate that policymakers want to slow the pace of interest rate cuts. Among the concerns are stubborn inflation and questions about the potential effect of tariffs that have been promised by President-elect Donald Trump. Longshoremen have a new tentative contract deal with the operators of ports from Texas all the way to Maine. The 6-year agreement would end the threat of a strike that had been planned for next week. The dock workers have been concerned about the rise of automation on the ports. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. It is a problem on 65 southbound this morning at Vietnam Veterans Boulevard. That's exit 95. The roadway is reduced to just one lane because of a serious accident there. Also, Midtown, Charlotte Avenue near 25th, a crash involving some injuries. And Murfreesboro Pike at Night Valley Drive South. That's a crash out at the airport as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on into your Thursday, January 9th. Man, a lot going on today. Yesterday, we found out a big prostitution ring, a brothel, they said, in Antioch. They've released the names of the guys who have been arrested. They're saying that they're Venezuelan. Local media is reporting they're Venezuelan. Gianfranco Augusto Berzante Morales, Felix Rafael Ortega, Elmer Humberto Arpecio Castillo, and two others. Now, it's my contention that if these guys are Venezuelan and they're running a brothel, they're running a prostitution ring, there's more than likely some trafficking going on here as well. I believe that it's probably Tren de Aragua. Now, that's my deal. We did ask Jack Johnson, Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson. He said there have been concerns about Tren de Aragua. We've been reporting to you here on Nashville's Morning News that Tren de Aragua has been in every city, every major city here in Tennessee. Chattanooga, Knoxville, Memphis, of course, and Nashville as well. Don Aaron with Metro PD, he says that everything's fine.
There's no danger to the community.
Okay.
The community can be assured that our police department and our federal partners have been working diligently since last year to further this investigation, and we're taking it step by step, meticulously and methodically, and what you're seeing this morning is part of that.
Okay, so this looks to me, and TBI has come out and they've said that Tren de Aragua is here. They start with human trafficking, then they go on to organized crime and the rest of it. This is from Channel 13 in Memphis. Here's what they say.
And now what we are seeing is they are back. They are back in all of our major cities.
David Roush, director of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, warned Governor Bill Lee of the gang in a budget meeting last week and since published a video going more in depth. He claims TDA is involved in human trafficking in Tennessee, and based on its operation in other states, it'll soon expand into retail theft rings in the drug trade.
All right, so when Don Aaron says
there's no danger to the community,
I got to ask Kathy Hinters, DailyRollCall.com, who specializes in these kinds of things. I don't know. It sounds like, and it smells like, and it looks like, and the names are Venezuelan. It seems like it's a possibility that this is Tren de Aragua, but Don Aaron and Metro PD say that there's no danger to the community. Okay. What do you say?
I have such a problem with that. But the first thing is, yeah, that is, and we've talked about them before, that is like their number one MO, the trafficking. And a lot of the women, and I believe they did find some women in the house, they claim to be prostitutes, but we know that, TDA is bringing them over the border, then forcing them into prostitution. So obviously it has something to do with sex and human trafficking. And then you've got these 5 clowns that have serious felonies. One was implicated in a shooting at another brothel And I hate, them calling it that. It just makes it sound so insignificant, dismissing the fact that what's really happening here. But, what they're doing is not helping the community, and what they're working with their federal partners when it's convenient, really, because an interesting thing that is occurring now is what Metro Police and the Davidson County Sheriff's Office are not doing. And so last year, a bill was signed into law, and the Tennessee District Attorney's General Conference has been preparing its first report to the government and state legislators on the cost to Tennessee taxpayers from illegals that have gone through the criminal justice system.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Metro Police has not cooperated with that. They have not given any reports yet regarding the, I'm going to call them illegals, situation in the state of Tennessee and how much money it's costing us. So I guess the Davidson County Sheriff's Office has given them at least one report from October, but not enough really to determine the cost yet. But it just amazes me that we say they're not a threat to the community. Well, the violence that is attributed to the TDA, they just had 3 men killed in a brothel here a few months ago, which one of these guys was implicated in that. So I don't know how they're not a threat. And then we know Denver police has received a threat from TDA, pretty much, saying, watch your back. So They are a threat to the community. And we keep insisting that this is a good thing. And then the other thing that bothers me, clearly on the Nashville.gov website, if you go to where the police department is, there's questions asked about the police's role in, talking to these immigrants, what their status is. And Metro Police clearly states on the website that it is not law enforcement. It's irrelevant. Federal law enforcement in immigration status is irrelevant. They clearly state that they believe that immigration enforcement is solely the function of the federal government. I get all that, but then to say that we're, teaming up with the feds to help, solve these cases, it really isn't true. Metro Police will inquire what country people are from, but they will not talk about their status.
Right.
And it's just, we can't do that, it's like, it's just insane.
So how do we find out the official status of these 5 as far as they're Venezuelan? I don't know if this was a catch and release kind of a situation. I don't know if they just snuck in undetected. I don't know. We know that the borders have been wide open. And we all know, and I've gone through it many times over the past couple of years, what Tren de Aragua is all about, a vicious gang that specializes in, they start out in trafficking, and then they go into drugs and violent crime and the rest of that. You said one of these guys had been implicated in was it a triple homicide?
Yeah, 3 men were found murdered in another brothel a few months ago in the Nashville area. So, and there's been, there was one down in Chattanooga where the one man arrested was obviously TDA.
Mm-hmm.
So it is occurring here, so to just label it prostitution ring or brothels is kind of disturbing. But, when you go back to the vetting process, Department of Homeland Security supposedly has implemented what they're calling an enhanced vetting process, supposedly to vet the individuals before they even arrive at the border.
Mm-hmm.
But we know that, the information from the vetting is only as good as the source. And with the level of corruption, in the South American governments, we have no idea how their vetting process works. But we know that they're here. As a matter of fact, I believe the top 3 leaders that are from Venezuela supposedly are somewhere in America. And they've issued, the Justice Department, I believe, and Homeland Security have issued a $12 million bounty for those 3 leaders that are supposedly in this country. So, to say, I just have a problem with the way that we're, are we covering it up and then saying that there's no, risk to the public when we know we've called these Venezuelan, TDA a version of ISIS because they do dismember people, after they shoot them,
right,
or prior to shooting them, that they dismember them, So it's really just such violence, and yet we don't want to seem to let the public know that there's this threat there and what to look for. I mean,
well, and part of my question, well, I can't. 7:15, Kathy, hold on. I've got a question for you coming up, but got to check the roads right here on WTN. Weather today, a high of 35, right now 17 degrees. Sunny skies. Of course, the snow is going to start early tomorrow morning. Your complete forecast is coming up at 7:30 here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Kathy Hinters is joining us talking about this, and I'm air quoting this brothel, this prostitution ring in Antioch yesterday. The 5 names that the police have released, word is that these guys are Venezuelans. You put 2 and 2 together. We know that Tren de Aragua is in Tennessee. That has been well documented by this show and others, I'm sure. The local government, they're not saying, though, that this is Tren de Aragua. So how do we find out if this really is this gang that came out of the Venezuelan prisons? They came across our southern border. They're in Tennessee. The TBI director has even said that they're in Tennessee. How do we find out that this is actually Tren de Aragua? Because it seems to me like nobody's talking within the police.
I don't know that we'll ever know. Once again, it's like what the FBI does. You just don't come out and ever say that they're related to this terrible, gang that we have, or cartel. I would even define them as a cartel. But when you look at their charges and things, promoting prostitution, there were some other charges. I think there's a drug and some gun charges. So obviously you're dealing with a gang that, like you said, furthers itself after it does the initial human trafficking. But, we've got a lot. The DA in Nashville has been known to be kind of soft. So we have to worry about, how good is the conviction or even the prosecution going to be? Are they going to come out of jail? Are they going to, will bail be set? Because we know a lot of the judges believe in setting bail for crimes that they never should be setting bail for. And Nashville is notorious, Davidson County is notorious for being soft. I mean, they claim to be a sanctuary city, which doesn't help anything. They don't have official policies there to be a sanctuary city, but they do use that term. So I see a whole lot of problems, and I don't know that we'll ever know, but I think it doesn't take rocket science to figure out men from Venezuela with prostitutes who probably were forced into prostitution and God knows what else. I think that's kind of what you get from this story.
Well, Nashville, Tennessee, of course, we have a big human trafficking problem in this town anyway.
Yeah, and it never really comes out, but the human trafficking across Tennessee has been noted for a number of years now. One good thing is being reported in the Tennessee conservative outlet that Governor Lee is beginning preparations for mass deportation. Of course, he's facing backlash from the Tennessee Immigrant Refugee Rights Coalition. But I'm starting to think we need to be looking at who's funding these organizations. We know Catholic Charities is funded by our own state legislature, but Turk is, kind of questionable. They're the ones that promote, neighborhoods to protect the ones that they do know that are illegals. And so,
what do you think is going to happen to these? What do you think is going to happen to these 5?
I don't think they'll be tried and prosecuted and convicted and put in our jails if they are, but then they're a burden to the taxpayers being in our jail and prison system. So not even the prison system, but actually, if they're in our jails, our local jails.
Well, it's kind of interesting because, you were talking about this earlier where the local news stories, the ones that I've heard, it's like, yeah, there was a brothel in Antioch and 5 guys, with Venezuelan names have been arrested. And it's like, okay, there's got to be more, right? And that's what is very frustrating is that oftentimes, maybe sometimes there is, but oftentimes they don't go into the deeper conversation about what this really means as far as illegal immigration, what is coming into Tennessee. Of course, we all know that Joe Biden, I hold him personally responsible for some of this stuff.
Yeah.
Alejandro Mayorkas as well. The website, if you want to find Kathy Hinters, it is dailyrollcall.com. Kathy, as always, appreciate you being with us here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And just remember,
There's no danger to the community.
there's no danger to the community.
Sure.
Thanks, Don. 7:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for Brentwood Jewelry, a great local company that has been giving back for over 50 years. Now, the Imam Ali family is full of heroes. They own Brentwood Jewelry, and the family of patriarch Salem, he actually served in special forces. His sons do serve as local firefighters. Now, this is a great American family. Now, part of that, of course, is the part of that giving back is giving you great deals on all things jewelry, from watches to earrings, necklaces, and definitely engagement rings. They'll help you find the perfect ring within your budget. And if you can't find what you want, they're going to customize a ring for you and your loved one. Now, as far as those incredible watches go at Brentwood Jewelry, those Rolex watches, they are amazing, pre-owned or new. Brentwood Jewelry is Nashville's premier timepiece dealer. Brentwood Jewelry is the official jewelry store of my house, and you should check them out today. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. BrentwoodJewelry.com. It is 7:22 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and Joan Jones has the news. Coming up at 7:30. Joan, what you got?
Yeah, we have snow coming for sure. We'll tell you what time the party gets started. Coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
$7:27 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm hearing from people inside Metro PD. I don't know. Should I like start reading some of these?
Come on.
If Don Aaron's lips are moving, he's lying.
Oh.
I'm a retired Metro police officer. I don't have anything personal against Don Aaron. I think for him to say what he said yesterday to the media, after we've got this prostitution ring busted in Antioch, and I believe that it's Tren de Aragua, to say, there's nothing to see here, the community is not in danger. I don't believe that they're leveling with the people of Middle Tennessee. And I wasn't at the press conference, but I would be curious to know, did anybody ask him, is this Tren de Aragua? I mean, how can you have 5 guys from Venezuela knowing that the TBI director said this bloodthirsty gang from the Venezuelan prisons is in Tennessee and nobody thought to ask the question? And maybe they did.
By the way.
My challenge, by the way, is I can never get Don Aaron. I can never get the police chief. I can never get them on the show. And they don't call me back, whatever. So I can only go with what I see. Because I would ask him the question, Don, is there a possibility this is a Tren de Aragua? Because you got 5 Venezuelans in a prostitution ring. That's what they do. Yes, Joan.
Also, they didn't answer my calls yesterday either.
Yeah,
you're not alone. Yeah. So this was not just the second brothel. This is the third.
Is it really?
MPND said yesterday this brothel was connected to another one on Bart Drive. That's where the 3 men were shot and killed.
Right.
And one on Mountain View Road as well.
Why do you think they don't call us back? Here's what I believe. I believe that they don't call us back because we'll ask questions like this.
Yeah.
That's what I believe. I'm not putting WTN on some sort of a pedestal, but what I'm saying is that there are things that we ask that I don't believe that they want to answer. And maybe that's why I can't get a call back. It's been 11 years that I've been trying to get them on. Whatever. 7:29, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is now 7:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're sitting at 18 degrees, so certainly cold enough for snow, and we are on the cusp of our first snowstorm of the season. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro tells us the arrival of our wintry weather is a little bit sooner than we were first expecting.
Timing is a little bit earlier, which would mean it would leave later into the evening and into the early parts of the overnight rather than lingering through the overnight hours. But still, the middle of our day is really going to be the worst time for the snowfall to come down.
All right, so what time does it all start? Well, for the western portions of the listening area, between 2 and 5 tomorrow morning. Clarksville, Nashville, Murfreesboro, Manchester, that straight line down between 4 and 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. And east of our listening area between 6 and 9 a.m. Well, Channel 4's Brendan Tierney checked in with Nashville Electric Service on the potential for outages.
NES says you should make sure your phones and backup batteries are all charged up in case you do happen to lose power at home during Friday's snowstorm. They've had crews out checking on the power lines and have them on call around the clock through the storm. NES upgraded their system with new technology that allows them to switch the power back on for most homes impacted by an outage without actually sending a crew out there. They say thankfully it looks like Middle Tennessee will just be getting snow because ice creates a lot more problems.
So now we do know of one closure because of the snow. The Nashville Zoo is closing tomorrow and Saturday, and anybody with tickets for Zoo Illumination can request a refund. Fire crews in Los Angeles desperate to stop the destruction from several major wildfires including the Palisades fire, as hundreds of homes and businesses have been burned to the ground.
The Palisades fire grows to over 17,000 acres, becoming the most destructive wildfire in LA history. At least 1,000 structures burned in the Palisades and in Malibu, the number expected to grow significantly. Roughly 30 miles to the east, the deadly 10,000-acre Eaton fire killing at least 5 people. Entire densely packed neighborhoods erupting in flames.
That's ABC's Matt Gutman reporting. Wall Street's closed today, along with all federal offices. Today has been designated as a national day of mourning for former President Jimmy Carter. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 732 on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. My company for foundation repair and concrete leveling is United Structural Systems. Now, they fixed my foundation, and they can help yours as well. They're awesome, easy to work with, and above all, they are competent and reasonable. United Structural Systems. Now, if you notice doors and windows sticking, uneven floors, maybe gaps between the trim and the ceiling, these are all signs that you might have a possible foundation issue. And nobody does it better than USS, United Structural Systems. Now, they've been serving Middle Tennesseans since 1994, and they've helped thousands of satisfied homeowners with great work ethic and communication. They're going to give you a free inspection and detailed estimate before you make a decision. Communication is always key to making sure that everybody is on the same page. And by the way, with USS, you don't pay a dime until the work is done and you're a satisfied customer. And by the way, the latest numbers are in: 30,000 satisfied customers with United Structural Systems. For all your foundation, concrete leveling, and waterproofing needs, 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855. You can find them online, USSTN.com.
Well, the traffic center has just blown up here. North Loop on I-65 northbound ramp to I-24. There's a crash, and that off-ramp is partially blocked off. Also, in Rivergate, it's a crash on 65 southbound. That one's just past Vietnam Veterans Boulevard. This one's been here for quite a while. Stop-and-go traffic from Bethel Road up to exit 104. The crash is blocking the right shoulder there. Also a crash if you're traveling North Loop. So we've already done that one. So there's a crash in Goodlettsville. This one's on Vietnam Veterans Boulevard westbound, right at Conference Drive, exit 1. And in Midtown, a crash involving injuries, Charlotte Avenue near 25th Avenue. Lots of folks having trouble getting around this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
738 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Welcome on into your Thursday, January 9th of 2025. There is a lot going on. Coming up here in just a few minutes, a full update on the California fires. Man, this is turning into Donald Trump versus Gavin Newsome. We've got that story for you as well. But I want to welcome on into the program Doug Crulin. Doug, you lead the Metro Nashville Airport Authority, BNA, of course. And I've got to ask you, we've got a lot of snow coming. What is it, 4 to 6 inches, I guess? How does the airport prepare for that? And what are you doing right now to prepare for what we're going to get tomorrow?
Well, we actually started preparing in October. Every year we get all of our teams together for maintenance and supplies, and then we practice with the airlines to make sure that we're ready. We actually had a little bit of a practice last weekend, and so we're 100% supplied. All of our equipment is ready to go, and for us, we'll start at midnight tonight with pre-treating all the roads, ramps, and runways out here, waiting for the snow to start.
So it sounds like it's a collective effort between the airlines and BNA?
Yeah, the airport is responsible for the roads, the ramps that the airplanes operate on, and the taxiways and runways. The airlines are responsible for making sure the airplanes are defrosted and de-iced.
Can you tell with what we're going to get tomorrow, 4 to 6 inches and the timeline and all that, can you tell how much of an impact there's going to be on flights arriving and leaving, especially on a Friday?
Well, it won't be because the airport's not open. So the airport is open 24/7. We'll have one or more than one of our 4 runways open at all times so the airplanes can come and go. It's really a business decision on the airlines. Where do they want that airplane to be on the ground if the storm gets bad? Because then it's hard to pick up and recover afterwards. We're already seeing a few cancellations this morning because the snow and ice is actually in Dallas, and so flights out of Dallas, Fort Worth, or Dallas Love Field are canceling, and we'll watch that as it comes, and then we'll just regroup as we can.
Doug Crulin joins us, leading the Metro Nashville Airport Authority, BNA. So can you tell how bad this one is going to be from what you're seeing in Dallas?
Well, there's a little more ice than's forecasted in Dallas right now than what we believe we're going to get here in Nashville. Ice is not a good thing. Snow we can easily deal with, but ice is a lot harder to remove. But we have about 120,000 gallons of the chemicals that we use to keep the runways clear, and it actually lowers the freezing point of snow so that it actually continues to melt and moves off to the side. So I think if it's just a snow event, we'll be just fine.
Talk about de-icing a plane. That's got to be amazing. So you get the ice off of the wings. Is that how it works?
That's correct, yeah. As a former pilot, you don't want to fly with anything that interrupts the airflow, and so the airlines are focused with pushing glycol on top of the airplane so it defrosts it, takes all the frost off, or if there's any snow, it rubs it off, pushes it off. There's several de-ice trucks, normally 2 per airplane, and they'll heat the chemicals up to couple hundred degrees and then spray it, and that helps melt it as well.
All right, so what do people need to know for tomorrow? I mean, my policy is I'm always there 2 hours early before my flight. Yes, I'm one of those people, even if I already am checked in. What do people need to know for tomorrow in their flights?
I would listen to Dan Mandis. I'd get here 2 hours early, but before coming, I'd also check with my airline to see if they, if you're going to Dallas, the flight from Dallas may not have come in. So check with your airline to see if there's any delays, if you're going north or south. And if the flight's on scheduled, even if it's a little bit delayed, show up 2 hours early and we'll be open to receive you.
All right, Doug, good luck tomorrow. And I know you guys are old pros at this by now, but I appreciate you filling us in here on Nashville's Morning News. It is 7:42. California continues to burn. Hollywood Boulevard has been evacuated. Basically, there are entire neighborhoods that have been evacuated. The National Guard has been called in. Looting, of course, has begun as well. There are now 6 separate fires that are burning. Overnight, some new fires began to burn in Studio City. Hollywood Hills, there were stories, and by the way, add that to the Palisades fire and others. There were stories that there were masked men running around starting fires in Studio City. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but you got a whole bunch of citizen journalists out there who are reporting it to police that that's what they're seeing. And I was wondering, if you see somebody, if you're in California and you see 5 masked men that are starting fires, number one, it just seems bizarre to me. Why would somebody do that? I don't know. We had that conversation earlier. But there are forms of terrorism where terrorists will basically do anything to disrupt. So the police are looking into that. But here's part of what's going on is that you got people right now that are trying to, and it's 5:43 in the morning in Los Angeles. But overnight, people were trying to pick up the slack where the firefighters, they simply can't be in so many places at once. There's an amazing video on my X feed at Dan Mandis Show, and it's a video from one of the local TV stations, and they're showing an entire community banding together to try and save a house.
We're in a dire situation right now because we are just about 10 homes north of Franklin at a home here on Vista where the palm tree above the home caught fire about 5 minutes ago. That itself is troubling and alarming. The concern is all these ashes are falling on top of this house and the house next door. To this point with this fire, we have not seen any houses go up in flames, but you know how it gets. 1 turns to 2, turns to a dozen really quickly.
So they're picking up, garden hoses. They're trying to save their block. Now, if you check out the video, you'll see the palm tree is nothing but a big ball of fire in the sky. And all of this flaming debris, the embers are raining down on people and on cars and on lawns and bushes and that kind of a thing. So they're trying to save their block because it's not necessarily about this one house. But if one house goes up, then basically you're going to lose a dozen or more homes.
These are actually good Samaritans who talked to the homeowners on their Ring camera who evacuated already, who gave them access to try to get up on the roof. And you see the one guy right now as they're trying to throw the hose up on the roof so they could start to spray the palm tree itself. But as you see, pieces are falling down. Some of the debris is coming off of the tree and down into the driveway here, which is fine at the moment. But obviously, there are trees here, there are bushes on this side, and homes on either side. The obvious concern here is the fact that if one of these homes catches fire and really goes up and fire crews haven't made it here just yet, there's always a concern the next one and this entire block goes up.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, I've got CNN on here in the studio, and can you imagine the horror of watching your home go up in flames on your Ring camera? That's what people are unfortunately having to do because they're being evacuated. They're not in their homes, luckily, but they're watching their Ring camera as the fire approaches and ultimately destroys their home. Incredibly sad. 746. Time to check the roads on WTN. .746 as far as your weather goes, high of 35 today, and right now it is 18 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So all morning long yesterday and today, I know everybody else has been covering this as well, I'm assuming, but this whole ugly situation, as I said earlier, is a masterclass in how elections have consequences, and so does progressive rule. Now, yesterday we told you about how L.A. Mayor Karen Bass cut $27 million from LA's fire department. And now she is being heavily criticized for that. Now we're being reminded that while they're complaining that they don't have enough firefighters, a reminder that back during COVID, they fired hundreds of firefighters because they wouldn't get vaccinated.
113 LA City firefighters have been suspended without pay for defying the city's vaccine mandate. In November, firefighters who had not submitted their vaccination status or requested an exemption were informed they would face suspension and termination. The policy requires city employees to be vaccinated. The fire department says firefighters who continue to resist the mandate will be entered into the process of termination.
And that was an LA City Council decision. So all these people are Democrats. So they fired all these firefighters, including one guy that was a 31-year firefighter veteran. That was back in 2021. Then in 2023, they actually had a program to combat the fact that there were too many white firefighters. That was a big concern. There are too many white firefighters. NPR and other media outlets in California had a whole story about that. Too many white male firefighters. That was a concern. Now they have not enough firefighters, white or otherwise. And here's the problem. The problem is that when you look back on all of these decisions coming up to where we are today, they all look really, really bad. It's like those decisions didn't age well. And this whole situation with the too many white male firefighter concern, where they wanted to bring in Hispanics and black females and all this diversity, right? This wasn't just the fire chief who was really infused with DEI, as we talked about yesterday. This was LA's previous mayor, Eric Garcetti, who came up with an entire, I kid you not, it was an entire bureau for the LA Fire Department to support diversity, equity, and inclusion. This was also the LA County Board of Supervisors, again, the mayor. The whole thing was absolutely just a train wreck. So whether we're talking about no water in the fire hydrants being stolen, we told you about that yesterday, whether it is the whole DEI thing going on, they don't have enough firefighters, all of these can be traced back to one problem: progressive rule. Coming up, I've got Joan Jones coming up with the news. Coming up before the news, we're going to tell you about Donald Trump and the smelt fish and how Gavin Newsome is getting absolutely blistered, as he should, because they are putting these smelt fish over getting the proper amount of water to the fire hydrants and to the firefighters. It is 7:50 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Homeowners, it is time to start fresh here in 2025 because Loan Pronto, they are here to help you take control of your finances in 2025 by lowering your house payment and consolidating those nagging debt. Now, did you know that 9 out of 10 borrowers get a better deal by calling Loan Pronto? Now, right now, a great deal for you. They have some of the most competitive offers for refis, debt consolidation, and purchase loans right now, starting in the low 5s APR. So if your current rate is over 6%, don't settle for paying too much. Even if you're in the process with another lender, call Loan Pronto today, lock in a lower rate today, and close in as little as 2 weeks, often with no appraisal. You can even skip your next 2 house payments. It is fast, it is easy, and it is hassle-free. Get your personalized Loan Pronto rate quote instantly with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. You can always find them online at loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval, NMLS consumeraccess.org. 7:51 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news at 8?
Coming up, we've got a snowstorm on the way. So what's most needed before it gets here? Also, what's happening in California this morning as the fires rage on? That's coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Donald Trump and the smelt fish, which I understand are delicious. 7:54 in Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Couple of things. We've been going off and on conversating about whether or not now is the right time to call out the progressive politics, as that led to part of the destruction in California. And I believe that right now is the right time to have that conversation. Other people, Democrats and progressives, by the way, the same Democrats and progressives who will immediately start screaming about gun control after a school shooting, they're saying now is not the right time to talk about who's to blame. You know why? Because they know darn right well that they're to blame. President-elect Donald Trump was asked about all of this, especially the lack of water in Southern California. And he talked about the water wars in California, which is really a thing. And in particular, the very controversial smelt fish.
Well, it's very sad because I've been trying to get Gavin Newsome to allow water to come. You'd have tremendous water up there. They send it out to the Pacific because they're trying to protect a tiny little fish, which is in other areas, by the way, called a smelt. And for the sake of a smelt, they have no water. They had no water in the fire hydrants today in Los Angeles. It was a terrible thing. And we're going to get that done. It's going to finally be done. I got it done from the federal side, and he didn't want to sign it, but it's not going to happen again like that. There's no reason. Can you imagine? You have farmers that don't have any water in California. They have plenty of water. They don't have a drought. They send it out to the Pacific, and it's crazy. So
yeah, you heard him say that he wouldn't sign it. He's, of course, talking about Gavin Newsome. The smelt fish is this little tiny fish, and their numbers have been going down for years. California finally had a couple of really wet winters, which meant more water for the fires, right? Well, not necessarily. This is from the LA Times in May of 2024. With runoff from this year's snow and rain boosting the levels of California's reservoirs, state water managers have now announced plans, they said back then, to increase deliveries of supplies from the State Water Project to 40% of full allotments. That is up from 30% the previous month. However, the Department of Water Resources also said they had to limit pumping from the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta this year because of environmental protections for native fish. I guess that's going to be the smelt fish. And so they've got all this water. They finally had some good rain, and they couldn't get all the water they needed to because of all of these environmental protections.
this is a true tragedy, and it's a mistake of the governor, and you could say the administration. They don't have any water. They didn't have water in the fire hydrants. They don't have water. And yet they have, the water comes from, you know where? Up north. And it comes down at levels, they give millions and millions of barrels of gallons of water that they have, and they send it out into the Pacific. For the Pacific, it's like a drop, it's nothing. But for California, it would take care of the whole state. So what's happened is a tragedy, and the governor has not done a good job. With that being said, I got along well with him. When he was governor, we worked together very well, and we would work together. I guess it looks like we're going to be the one having to rebuild it. But what happened there, I don't think there's anything that I've ever seen quite like it.
The bottom line is they've got to get the water from north and Northern California down to Southern California. They've got all of these aqueducts and all these reservoirs and such, but they're always trying to protect these damn fish.
Isn't it just the craziest thing?
It's the craziest thing
Have
ever.
you seen the
right
pictures?
there. That it's right there. All those properties are right along the water. There is the Pacific Ocean right there, and they cannot get water to put out a fire.
The agency said its ability to move water south through the system of aqueducts and reservoirs have been impacted by the presence of threatened and endangered fish species near the state's pumping facilities in the South Delta. I don't have time to play Gavin Newsome's response to Donald Trump. I'm going to play it coming up after the news at 8 because I think that Newsome, his response and this whole, now's just not the right time to finger point. That's because all the fingers are pointing right back at him.
I actually had to look up the pictures of smelt fish. They're the tiniest
That's
little
what I
things
said.
on planet Earth.
They're tiny.
I didn't realize they look like fish sticks.
That's right, a little itty bitty fish stick.
Yeah.
Anyway, and that's what they ought to become after this. 8 o'clock, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 8 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got a crash that has blocked off the North Loop ramp, the I-65 North Loop ramp to exit 86A. It's blocked off at the moment, and traffic is being detoured to eastbound 24 to get around it. Keep that in mind as you head out this morning. The National Weather Service issuing winter storm warnings that go into effect at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning for the entire mid-state. We're expecting snow to begin early tomorrow morning.
A winter storm warning is in effect Friday and through Friday night, all the way into Saturday morning, actually. Many of us are going to end up with 4 to 6 inches of snowfall. However, this is something we haven't talked about too much in the last couple of days, but now it is looking like there could be a little mixing possible in southern Middle Tennessee, which means that could impact the snow totals in those areas.
That's Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro. He says the roads will become treacherous pretty quickly, too. There is a critical need for blood donations before this winter storm hits. Blood Assurance says that winter weather often leads to canceled blood drives and lower donor turnout, and it could lead to dangerous shortages. So the greatest need is for O negative and AB plasma. Donors this month get a bonus, a $25 gift card. The death toll in the California wildfire stands at 5 now, and fire officials overnight said the Palisades fire exploded to more than 17,000 acres thanks to strong Santa Ana winds. There's a desperate need for help battling those fires as well.
We're asking for help. This is significantly trying. We do want more firefighters.
That's Los Angeles Fire Captain Eric Scott. Now, under LA Mayor Karen Bass, the fire department's budget was cut by $17 million this year. She wanted to cut more, but the cuts weren't adopted. The budget for dealing with homelessness in LA is larger than the budget for firefighting. Meantime, President Biden's schedule has been rearranged because of the fires.
President Biden canceled a 3-day trip to Italy to stay in the U.S. and focus in the coming days on the federal response to the fires in Los Angeles. He was scheduled to depart today for Rome after the funeral for former President Jimmy Carter. During the trip, he planned to meet with Pope Francis at the Vatican and Italy's prime minister and president. This is the second time in recent months that a weather disaster forced the president to change overseas travel plans. He postponed a trip to Germany and Angola in the fall because of Hurricane Milton. Karen Travers, ABC News, Washington.
By the way, the stock market is closed today. There's no mail delivery either. All federal offices are closed. This is a national day of mourning in honor of Jimmy Carter. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. still closed. The 65 North Loop, the northbound off-ramp, that's exit 60, make that 86A. That's closed off because of a crash. Drivers are being detoured to eastbound 24 downtown to get around it. Also, Oak Hill, a crash involving injuries, Battery Lane at Dustin Lane, and a crash in West Nashville. 3 right lanes are blocked off, 40 eastbound before I-440 exit 206. Then an accident as well. Nolensville Pike at Glen Rose, another one on Spring Street in East Bank at North 1st Street. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.806, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into your Thursday, January 9th of 2025. I can't believe it took me this long, Joan.
2.
And KGB.
2.
To play this audio, have you heard this audio of Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles?
More like non-audio?
No. This is different.
Oh, this one's different?
She's having, and then I'm going to get to the Gavin Newsome, but she's having a press conference. I want you to listen closely. In front of reporters, the entire region of Southern California is tuning into this press conference to hear what the mayor has to say.
Emergency information, resources, and shelter is available. All of this can be found at URL.
Wait.
At URL. They didn't put the website in for her.
Oh, my
This is her
God.
Ron Burgundy moment.
At URL.
I'm sorry.
Did she realize what just happened?
No, she kept going.
Oh, my.
That was the crazy thing. It would be like, okay, so.
The incompetence, honestly.
I mean, that's really funny. I mean, you would have thought that she would have stopped and said, can somebody get me the website?
Yeah.
That's a Biden move if I ever seen one.
Oh my goodness gracious! I heard that and I almost spit out my coffee.
At URL.
At URL.
I want that played forever now.
Yeah.
That's
I know.
Great.
I know. So Scott Jennings, and I will get to the Gavin Newsome. Well, okay, let me play the Gavin Newsome. So Donald Trump, right before the newscast in the previous hour, we were playing audio from Trump, who's really going after Gavin Newsome because of the progressive policies of Los Angeles and I've been documenting all this here in the last couple of days and about how there's been so many progressive policies that have led to a lack of preparation for these fires. And so now you've got Gavin Newsome, who is responding to Anderson Cooper.
We're in the public safety phase.
I hate to even ask this question, but the president-elect chose to attack you, blame you for this.
One can't even respond to it. I mean, people are literally fleeing. People have lost their lives. Kids lost their schools. Families completely torn asunder. Churches burned down. This guy wanted to politicize it. I have a lot of thoughts, and I know what I want to say. I won't.
You know why he won't? Because he doesn't have anything to say. Because he knows that Donald Trump is right. And so remember what I said in the previous hour, and that is that the Democrats will accuse conservatives or Republicans or whoever is talking about their lack of preparation, and they'll say, "Oh, well, they're politicizing this tragedy." No, we're asking questions. It's not politicizing. It's asking questions. And to say that you're not allowed to ask those questions means that you've got something to hide. And again, and I'll repeat it, and a lot of you folks mentioned this on the super text line as well, and that is that don't forget that the Democrats, anytime there's a shooting of any kind, even a school shooting, first thing the Democrats do, within minutes of the reports of the shooting, they'll come out and start screaming about the Second Amendment. But in this case, they're trying to shut down the questions. They're trying to shut down the truth. And the truth is that their policies have led to a complete and utter disaster.
I stood next to a president of the United States of America today, and I was proud to be with Joe Biden. And he had the backs of every single person in this community. He didn't play politics, didn't try to divide any of us.
Oh, my goodness. I wish I had the audio. Did you hear what Biden did yesterday? KGB, see if you can find this on Twitter. So you got Gavin Newsome standing next to a president of the United States. And it's a really serious moment. People are dead. And Joe Biden ends the press conference by announcing that he is, I think, a great-grandfather. It was the bizarre, tone-deaf moment where the president is with Gavin Newsome. They're talking about all of this death and destruction, and then Biden basically says, but who cares? I'm a new grandfather.
Great-grandfather, and at least he admits he's got this one.
It was a...
Right?
Yes. No. Yes. Great point.
He's become a great-grandfather.
He's become a great-grandfather.
That was the whole point of it. Yeah.
He was all very excited that he has now become a great-grandfather. Have you found it?
I have it. I can play it in 1 second. Just let me...
Because, I mean, it is tone-deaf.
And my husband and I looked at each other like, what? What did he just say?
And can we all be honest? There's nothing great about Joe Biden. Thank you. All right. Let me play this Scott Jennings audio real quick while we cue that up. This is Scott Jennings, and he's talking about how people on the left, they're trying to use this, don't politicize this tragedy, really as a way to hide from their own accountability and culpability.
There are a lot of other issues, climate change, even the forestry issues are very real here.
Yeah,
Again,
I agree.
Why not focus on that?
There are a lot of issues here, and it has a lot to do with local governance. I mean, today I've heard Democrats try to deflect and say, you're not allowed to politicize this right now, which means you're not allowed to criticize the decisions that we've made out here in California. I keep hearing climate change all day. Nobody seems to want to take responsibility for the local governance that has led to some of the failures and the devastation that we're seeing. The mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, had one of the most disastrous public appearances I've ever seen in the face of an emergency today when she was incapable of answering questions about her decision-making. She had a terrible press conference. There's no local leadership. She was in Africa when this was going on and then had to scramble back. They did cut money from the fire department in Los Angeles.
They cut about $17 million. But I just want to know.
And people have questions about why that is. It's not.
But I just
it's not politicizing things to raise public policy questions when this devastation.
Can I tell you that?
And he's right. And as I've been saying all morning long, I think I touched on this yesterday too. Is right now people are paying attention. That's the whole point. And I'm going to air quote this, if the right time to answer questions is when the fire is put out, then I guarantee you what's going to happen is the Democrat governor, Gavin Newsome, is going to appoint a commission, or the state lawmakers, the Democrats, will appoint a commission, and they'll have some sort of an investigation that will be buried because any legit investigation would point right back at Karen Bass, would point right back at Gavin Newsome and the L.A. City Council and all of the stuff that we've been talking about. Do we have that audio of
Yes,
of Joe
I have
Biden?
it. I can play
All
it
right,
right
go
now.
ahead.
Not sure. But the good news is I'm a great-grandfather as of today. I was granddaughter.
Wow. Golf clap.
A girl, a baby boy. So I remember this day for
he sounds so just out of it. He just...
Do you know what he
blinks
said
for-
at the end?
No.
He's like, I'm going to remember this day for a long time in like a happy way, not
Oh, my
the
Lord.
fire way.
The embarrassment.
Which is worse, Karen Bass find information at URL, or Joe Biden announcing that he's a great-grandfather, and he's very happy in a day that he's going to remember forever as Californians are being killed and their entire state is on fire.
I think you just answered your own question.
Yeah.
All right, 8:15, time to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. (8:16) on Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather today, a high of 35 right now, 19 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The snow is going to come tomorrow earlier than we anticipated. So, Joan, remind me the timeline here. Basically, 2 to 5 a.m. is when the snow, 4 to 6 inches, is going to hit to our west, Middle Tennessee, between 5 and 7 a.m., and then to the east of Nashville around 9 a.m. Total 4 to 6 inches. And
What do you even need me for? You got it. You got it, and you got a beautiful snow sweater just for the occasion today.
Don't I look nice?
I admit, I'm impressed.
I've got my little
Did
snow
Amy dress
sweater
you
on.
this morning?
No, Amy did not
Come
dress
on,
me.
she put that out, and you know it.
No, but she did buy it for me last year.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, if you want to.
Very tasteful.
Listen, if you want to see when even Joan Jones is giving me props for looking nice today, you've got to check me out on the Super Talk TV.
Well, why don't you also stand up, because then we get to see your dad jeans.
No, the
Come
joke was I walked in and Joan complimented my sweater, and then I have a certain pair of jeans that I absolutely hate, and they're the ones sadly the only ones that were clean today. So I put on my dad jeans, and they look horrible on me, and I hate them. So I'm talking to Joan, and I actually had a chair in front of my pants. That's how embarrassed I am of my dad jeans.
So you're not going to stand up for
No,
the
I'm not going to
camera?
stand up, actually. No, I'm not going to.
We all could have had a good time.
Next time you leave, going out of the studio, I'm going to have the camera still on so
Oh,
we
yeah,
can get
there
a
you
glimpse
go.
of it.
That's it.
Hey, did you hear Karen Bass said she was trying to deal with the reporter from the UK? So she, you heard Scott Jennings blasting Karen Bass. And so I guess she's either returning. Somebody said she wasn't trying to get on a plane. She was returning. I don't know. But the bottom line is she was confronted by a Sky News reporter about her mismanagement of the fire department funds.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor?
And she's just blank stare.
Have you nothing to say today? Can you back up? Appreciate it. Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position?
I mean, blank. Her face looks like the face of a smelt fish, just completely blank stare. She looks horrified.
Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster? No apology for them? Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
All this time, all she needs to do is the damn door to open. But the door won't open. And she's got nowhere to go. She's just sitting there waiting as this reporter from the UK and Sky News is asking her all of these questions.
Madam Mayor, let me ask you just again, have you anything to say to the citizens today as you return?
No. And now the chase begins.
Madam Mayor, just a few words for the citizens today as you return to deal with the catastrophe.
Can you take this down?
And out she goes. I mean, she had absolutely nothing to say. And I don't know, I'm sitting here thinking what I have said if I was in that position. Thoughts and prayers are with the people of Los Angeles. We'll deal with all of this stuff. I'm on my way home, and we're working diligently to get the firefighters, the brave firefighters, what they need. I mean, I don't know how long she's been in politics, but I mean, say something instead of just staring blankly with nothing to say. And I do believe, by the way, that she does owe the people of Southern California and Los Angeles an apology because she did cut the fire department funding by $17 million. And you know what? At least. And by the way, here's the deal. Y'all know it. They've got plenty of money to give to illegal aliens. They've got plenty of money for benefits for illegal aliens. They didn't have enough money for the fire department. And that is a
the
big
homelessness efforts.
And the homeless.
They have a bigger budget for homelessness than they do for firefighting.
Well, guess what? Now they're going to have a lot more homeless people. So this is, they got thousands, over 100,000 people that are being evacuated. Earlier in the program, we were playing audio from Adam Carolla, and I'm going to play another bite from him. He's, of course, if you don't know, Adam Carolla is from Southern California. So I've got that audio for you. He is really angry, and he is calling out the Democrats, the progressives, whose homes are burning down. Mark Hamill, he's talking to you, and all you folks on the left do in California. Remember, I'm from California. I moved because of this crap. And so part of the dynamic is that you've got all of these progressives in California whose homes have burned down. They voted for Karen Bass. They voted for Gavin Newsom. Oh, and by the way, part of what's going on here with Donald Trump and Gavin Newsom, that dynamic, we're going to talk about that straight ahead. 821, Dan Mandis here. Big news from my friends at DT McCall's. If you've been thinking about buying a gun safe, but you've been putting it off, now is your time to get a great gun safe from DT McCall's and cheaper. Gun safes right now, sales tax free at DT McCall's. They are the largest Liberty Safe dealer in the state of Tennessee because of that free delivery and free setup. Now, a lot of these other places, they're going to charge you $500 at least for delivery and setup in bigger models and $300 for smaller models, but not at DT McCall's. DT McCall & Sons, they're going to deliver every safe for free every time period, and no setup charge either. They got 5 locations across Middle Tennessee. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, Franklin. Always online, that website, dtmccalls.com, 822 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news at 8:30?
Well, what is the latest on our impending snowstorm? We'll take a look, and why Mayor O'Connell's transit plan may not live to see another day. Those stories at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
826, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here, looking ahead to 2025. Here we are. What big events do you have planned? Whether it's a big corporate event or a family reunion, maybe a wedding at your home, my friends at Nashville Tent and Awning can help you with an incredible enclosure that can be installed anywhere. Now, they've been around since 1884. That's right, 1884. These folks are a Nashville institution, and they've worked with the likes of the Titans, Vanderbilt, and the Grand Ole Opry. Now, they're one of the top companies here in Nashville, so I want you to think about your backyard. You can actually extend your living space with a backyard enclosure so that you can enjoy it even here in the wintertime. If you have an event for work coming up, they can also help you there with a tent or an enclosure. And they've got awnings for any style of building that'll improve the look and feel of your home or office. Get some visuals. Check out their website, ntaco.com. It's like N-Taco, ntaco.com. Call them, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, 615-329-3701, 615-329-3701. Solid craftsmanship and built to last since 1884. Nashville Tent and Awning.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
$8:29, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So you know what's going on, right? With Donald Trump really going after Gavin Newsome. Gavin Newsome is saying, oh, no, you can't politicize this. Well, here, Donald Trump knows and understands that Gavin Newsome may be running for president in 2028. So he's using it. Donald Trump is using this as a way to, I don't know, is exploit the right word? Put a spotlight on the incompetency of Gavin Newsome. Because number one, he is incompetent and the policies are incompetent and stupid and lead to disaster. But also, if Newsome is going to, put his name out there as somebody who might be running for president, then Trump is right to point this out. And if they want to call this politicizing it, well, then fine, politicize it. America needs to know the incompetencies not only of Gavin Newsome, but also of progressives around the country. 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's 8:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We are tracking this winter storm that's headed our way. The National Weather Service issuing a winter storm warning. It begins tomorrow morning just as our snow arrives. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro.
Conditions will quickly deteriorate through Friday morning with that heaviest snowfall late into the morning and right through the middle of our day. Now, as far as the start time of the snow is concerned in far west middle Tennessee, that should happen between about 2 and 5 o'clock in the morning. So most of those areas areas probably before we even get to sunrise. In Nashville, Clarksville, Murfreesboro, down through areas like Manchester, across a lot of the I-65 corridor. That should happen between about 4 and 7 o'clock in the morning. As we head out toward the Cumberland Plateau, start time for snow between about 6 and 9 o'clock, and then it really is not going to let up from there.
Yeah, the snow will continue all throughout the day. Now, TDOT says if you don't have to be out on the roads tomorrow, go ahead and stay home so they can keep the roads clear. Well, if you've got a flight out of BNA tomorrow, the president of the airport, Doug Crulin, wants you to know the airport will be open.
The airport is open 24/7. We'll have one or more than one of our 4 runways open at all times so the airplanes can come and go. It's really a business decision on the airlines. Where do they want that airplane to be on the ground if the storm gets bad? Because then it's hard to pick up and recover afterwards.
Yeah, he tells Dan earlier this morning that the airlines and the airport recently concluded practice drills for a snow event. We'll know whether Nashville's $3 billion transit referendum and its sales tax increase will go into effect by the end of the month. Davidson County Chancellor Ann Martin said yesterday she's not going to keep everyone hanging on. She'll make a quick decision. A group of citizens sued, saying voters were misled about the transit plan's details, including the true cost of that plan. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Second Joan, 832, Nashville's Morning News. And, January can be a time to clean, a time to purge, and become healthier. Zero Res can help you do just that. Now, they offer you a healthier way to clean your home. And using Zero Res means that they use cleaning agents that leave your carpet cleaner and healthier than those other carpet cleaning companies. Now, I know that when they clean, they use their ZR water technology. They leave no soap, no residue, and no harsh chemicals. Now, Zero Res is going to clean and sanitize your surfaces without the use of detergents or harsh chemicals, which means that, yes, your carpet does stay cleaner longer, unlike those other carpet cleaning companies. Now, I've been using Zero Res for years now, and they are number one in my house. The Carpet and Rug Institute, they also say that Zero Res is the number one carpet cleaning system in the nation. Independent testing labs say the same thing. Now, right now, they've got a great deal just for listeners to my show. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $99, and you can celebrate the new year with 25% off of upholstery cleaning. Be healthy and stay healthy in 2025 with Zero Res. Restrictions may apply. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-535-9376. 615-535-9376. Book online. ZeroResNashville.com.
A crash involving some injuries, Battery Lane at Dustin Lane in Oak Hill this morning. 40 eastbound, a crash blocking off the right shoulder just before I-440. That's exit 206. And on Nolensville Pike, there's a crash at Glenrose Avenue. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck. .837, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the cross. Chris Hand, hello.
Hello. I don't think it's that nice of a sweater.
Really? Come on.
I've seen nicer sweaters.
Just a burn off the bat. Just
wow. Joan, how we doing?
Doing good.
Hang on a second. It may be that you've seen nicer sweaters, but have you seen nicer sweaters on Dan?
For the record, I think it's actually a great
the
sweater.
Best part
I heard on the way in Joan giving you a compliment. I said I'm going to fix that as soon as I crack
You
the
didn't
mic.
even say, "Hey Dan, you sweat." You know what? That sweater sucks. Just off the bat, no hesitation.
You know, did you check out my Dan pants when I got up to get my Red Bull?
I did not. Do you have Dan pants on?
I got Dan pants on. Not dad pants.
Dan the man pants.
But Dan pants.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there you go.
Same thing.
Anyway, if you want to check out my sweater, check us out on Super Talk TV. Joan is here and KGB is here as well. We've got a little controversy going on the YouTube chat.
Do we?
We do. Some dude is like really slamming KGB.
No. Oh.
Yeah. You wanna just go ahead and
do I say his name? No, leave that alone.
I mean, people can find him. They can see him in the chat anyway.
If you're on the YouTube chat, you know who this guy is. He has never liked me since day one. I remember vividly, this is the same guy that just never liked me.
Yeah.
So, and it's gotten a little harsher along the ways.
A little more personal.
Little more
Right.
in the cheap, little interesting cheap shots. But you know, what are you gonna do?
Huh?
We're gonna read it.
Do I? Okay.
Leave out the F-bomb.
Okay. I have a butt mommy wine. Don't know what that is. Dude sounds gay AF in a bad way. That was one of them. I can't say the rest because they're
just full of expletives.
There's some expletives that not even.
So here's my
the radio
question.
station can say.
Like this guy, because I've looked at it.
He referred to you as a bundle of sticks.
Yes. He doesn't understand.
I don't get it. Bundle of sticks?
Oh my gosh,
You
you
don't know that?
guys.
No. What does bundle of sticks mean?
Well, what they used to call a bundle of sticks.
It is the true definition of a bundle of sticks.
Oh, that's right.
Does everybody know this but me?
It's a 3-letter
so.
word. Dan, go.
It's the F word that we were talking about just a moment ago.
It's what they call cigarettes in
Okay,
England,
I got it.
too.
All right,
Bundle of sticks. They're calling them a bundle of sticks.
Here's the thing.
It's not fun. It's not fair.
Is it? No, it's not. Is it time? I don't know if we've ever banned anybody from the YouTube chat. And I am very much against banning people. But you know what? They're getting really personal. This one dude getting really personal with KGB. And by the way, it's not up to me, by the way. But, I mean, if you're getting really personal.
Sorry, Dan. I got to step in. I don't. Like, he can say whatever he wants. I can't please everybody. Like, why am I going to let this one guy
Welcome to the
bother
world
me?
of talk radio.
Right?
Yeah,
So,
right.
like, he's going to say what he wants.
All
He
right,
has his platform. He's going to use it. I don't have to like it or respect it or whatever, but he says it. It's not going to bother. I'm not going to let it bother me.
There
so
you go.
He's free to say as much as he wants.
The
Good
only
for you.
KGB that's free speech a proponent for that, right?
Yeah, that's why they kicked me out. But yeah, I'm not. Again, he can say as much as he wants, as long as he wants. He's free to do it. That's what this country is about.
All right.
Amen.
All right, moving on then. We've been having fun with the smelt fish, but did you hear the Gavin Newsome ad real quick?
No, I have not heard the Gavin Newsome
Make sure
ad.
my audio's up. This is Gavin Newsome's next political ad. Everybody ready? Let's go.
Hi, my name is Gavin Newsome, and I just wanted to let you know that I'm the useless piece of responsible for your home burning down. So just keep giving me your insanely high taxes and keep voting Democrat so I can keep burning this mother to the ground. Thank you.
There you go, Gavin Newsome. I think that's a great political. Here's the deal. For once, a politician is telling the truth.
Yep.
There you go.
You know, California could have avoided this with the last recall vote, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they could have.
You could be having Larry Elder in the governor chair right now had you played your cards right.
You know what? Larry Elder would be doing a heck of a better job than Gavin Newsome.
Nope, that's absolutely right.
Did you hear the Karen Bass line real quick?
Yes.
So just to replay it.
Emergency information, resources, and shelter is available. All of this can be found at URL.
It's just too much.
And then they go on TV and they tell us this isn't a diversity hire, guys.
Yeah.
Man alive. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's very funny. And it's like you can't make this stuff up.
I went to URL and I found no information.
It said F404 error. I don't know what that is.
Oh, the fire must have got to it.
All right, so you brought an audio bite to the table.
Yes.
Set it up.
Sorry, so we played the audio yesterday, and I know you played it too. Rick Caruso, he was running for mayor, billionaire real estate investor, and he's just blaming the incompetence of the government, and he brings up the fact that the firefighters have no water in the fire hydrants. Well, leave it to liberal left coast news. They wanted to debunk Rick Caruso. So this morning host anchor on a local Fox affiliate, I believe it is, he goes and he debunks Rick Caruso, and then he's immediately, would you call it, rebunked by his own reporter in the field?
This is what it sounded like.
Former LA mayoral candidate and real estate developer Rick Caruso criticizing the city's response to the windstorm and fires. He says officials should have been more prepared.
The real issue to me is twofold. We've had decades to go remove the brush in these hills that spreads so quickly. And the second is you got to have water. And my understanding is the reservoir was not refilled in time and in a timely manner to keep the hydrants going. So that's a failure, whether on DWP's part or another city agency. But this is basic stuff. This isn't high science here. And it's all about leadership and management that we're seeing a failure of. And all of these residents are paying the ultimate price for that.
Despite what you have heard from Caruso, no firefighters have told us that they are running out of water.
Wait for it.
And let's go out to Gigi Graciette. She is live in Pacific Palisades. I know your signal's not the best, but Gigi, what can you tell us?
Well, firefighters have told me they have no water on this block, and you may be able to make out the ember storm that we're in the middle of right now.
Wow.
This house going.
You know, we're laughing, but the reality of this is very, very sad. You have local media already trying to cover for and lie about what's happening on the ground, and then you're basically exposed in real time.
Yeah.
Who was the anchor that was doing all the lying?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
Somebody that's holding Karen
Some
Bass's
dummy.
water.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't know if you've heard. So people are telling me that, and I'm out of time. Leo Terrell, apparently, who lives in Los Angeles, or used to. Don't know if he still does. But I've had a number of people tell me, I've got to get the audio to Leo Terrell. I'm out of time. I spend my day cutting up Adam Carolla, which is phenomenal. So maybe you can find it. Good old Leo Terrell. But Adam Carolla, this conversation about whether or not now is the right time to start pointing fingers at those people that are responsible for the really ill-prepared fire department. Of course now is the right time, because right now is when people are paying attention.
Yep.
As opposed to burying it in some sort of a left-leaning report, CYA report, that they'll release on the Friday before a 3-day weekend or whatever in December of 2026. So that's the point. Right now, people are watching and people are listening. Adam Carolla lives in California. He's actually holed up in a hotel room, and he is doing his podcast. And he is absolutely going after Karen Bass and Gavin Newsome and all the other people that have failed the people of Southern California.
When they start getting the regulation, they're going to go nuts. And when they start running into the bureaucracy and the red tape, they're going to start going nuts, and they're going to vote for Rick Caruso next time because they want to get. That's all Trump says is we're going to pull back the regulations. We're going to free people up. They're going to find out. They're going to get bit by their own snake. They're going to convert. I am telling you, these are the bluest people on the planet, and they're going to be pissed when the city and the Coastal Commission tell them to. And by the way, I don't think the Coastal Commission is going to okay anyone rebuilding any of their houses on the coast because they say they're in the business of protecting the coast. They're in the business of getting you to leave. They will get their wish, which is no buildings.
And here's the thing, and he's talking about the people of Los Angeles, and my prediction is that because the permitting issue in California is just absolutely insane. You can't get anything done. So now it's going to be even worse because now you got thousands of people that have had their homes burned.
Yeah, he's saying essentially this is going to be a red pilling moment for all of these people that have voted for this for years and years and years. And it is. They're going to look at these people and they're going to go, "What radicalized you?" And they're going to say there was no water in the fire hydrants.
Here's more.
The people who live in Malibu, who live in Santa Monica, who live in the Palisades, those are some of the most progressive blue voters in the world or in the United States. They are a bastion of blue. So what those guys did is all the people in the Palisades, I checked it out. It's about 80% blue, 80% progressive, 80% Democrat. Now, these are all sitting around crying about Karen Bass, water pressure, how come the forest wasn't cleared of all the brush, what's happening with the infrastructure. You guys all voted for Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles. You all voted for Gavin Newsome. And now you fucking get what you get. Oh, now that your house is on fire, well, now you're thinking about something else. Yep. Now you want to know what's going on. What's going on around here? You didn't give a shit about what was going on when other people's houses were on fire, but now you care.
There you go.
Yep.
Adam Carolla.
You know, even though it is going to be a red pill moment for a lot of Californians, there are still going to be people that are the equivalent of the meme of the dog sitting in the chair with the house burning down going, "This is fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is fine."
Well, how many of those people are going to move here? All these Californians.
We're actually full.
We are full.
So, unfortunately, no vacancies.
Hey, you know, when we moved here, we went to go get our licenses, and the people in the licensing, you know, where you go and get your license in Coffee County, they told us, they kind of chuckled. They said, "Where are you from?" "Maryland." "Okay, I hope you left your politics there."
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah.
I had the same thing when I was hosting trivia nights, and I don't have a Southern accent. I was like, this old guy, probably in his 60s, he was like, "Where are you from?" Like, "Oh, I'm from California." He's like, "You better not be blue, California." Like, he gave me like a death stare. I'm like, "Trust me, sir, I left for a reason." Like,
I had it worse. When I got here, not only was I from California, but I was also, my last stop was Colorado, Denver, Colorado, where they just legalized marijuana.
Oh.
My wife, she says, we got to figure out a way to make sure that you can't vote in local elections until you've been a resident for a year or two.
There you go. That's what you got to do.
Or have to stay on Broadway for a week straight. That you got to go through. You got to go through the grind.
I had people actually come up to me and say, "You a pothead, Mandis?" In the Robert De Niro voice. So anyway, all right. We are now going to do, phone lines are off hold. So we're going to do last word. Last say of the day featuring you folks. The phone line is open, 615-737-9986. Whatever you want to say about whatever we've spoken about today, your calls are welcome. 850 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN every night at homework time. I thank the Lord for Xfinity Internet. We can stay connected with Wi-Fi coverage that delivers the speed we need, and you can too. You know, over the holidays, I did a ton of fill-in nationally and across the country, and I can rely on Xfinity for my rock-solid internet that I use to do all those shows and all the show prep, by the way, too. Now, listen, homework and our jobs, they don't wait for the internet to work. You need a reliable connection even when everyone is online and working. I rely on Xfinity. And by the way, if there are issues, Xfinity has 24/7 customer service here for you whenever you need it with in-home Wi-Fi support. And if you're on the go, you can stay connected with over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. So get the best Wi-Fi for your life, whether it's doing homework with the kids or work for the paycheck. Rock-solid internet is only a phone call away with Xfinity. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, 1-800-XFINITY, online xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. 8:51 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WPN. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 9. Joan, what's up?
Dan, of course, we've got the latest on the snowstorm that's headed our way. Also, President Biden just did it again. We'll tell you what he just did for Ukraine this morning. Those stories coming up at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$8:55, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know what I think, Joan, KGB, and Chris?
What are you thinking?
What's that?
I think that this is why we can't have nice things.
What?
I had the last segment, and I had this great idea. Actually, you know what? It was Amy's idea.
Oh.
Did I tell you it was Amy's idea?
It's also Amy's choice of sweater. Go on.
She said, why don't you do the last segment? Why don't you have, let callers have the last say of the day? And I said, oh my gosh, that's a great idea. And so
you're blaming her
We
for
got
this.
one call. Amy, this is your fault. I got one call.
It is the last say, singular.
Holy cow.
That's exactly right. I mean, listen, 615-737-9986. If you want to call up and be part of the last say of the day segment, then you know what? Listen, we can break out the trivia again if we need to.
Jeez, don't threaten them.
What is that supposed to mean?
Hey, if you guys are any of you watching the cathedral and the seating of all the former presidents right now?
No.
Oh, George H.W. just snubbed President Trump completely.
I want Trump to give Obama a wedgie.
They're sitting next to each other having a nice chatty conversation. They're very chatty.
Really?
Obama and Trump, yeah.
They have a lot in common about, dealing with the incompetence of Joe Biden.
Yeah.
I wonder what they're talking about.
They're very engaged in this conversation. HW just no handshake whatsoever. Didn't even look in Trump's direction.
Barack is saying, I had nothing to do with the spying. It was John Brennan.
Hillary looks absolutely miserable, like the Hilda Beast that she is. Hey, Will called. Hey, Will, you're on WTN. Go ahead.
Hi, Will.
Hey, gang. I love your show. I listen to you guys when I can. I'm in the car. I happen to have my son with me. I wanted to tell you guys first off, I have a lot of compassion for people with harm and hurt and cancer because I'm a 2-time cancer survivor. And I wanted to know, honestly, if you knew someone with cancer and they were hurting, what would it take for you to not mess with their medicine? And especially if it's something that's coming from the ground. So, before we jump on the bandwagon of people that are blue or potheads or people that are potheads or blue, man, let's squash that noise. I voted for Trump twice. I'm a conservative. I'm from Nashville, Tennessee, and I love this country as well as my son does too. And we differ on politics and stuff. But he knows this is medicine and this is not for him.
Yeah, well,
you guys need to get this story straight, you know?
Well, we talked to Jack Johnson earlier today about medicinal marijuana, and because I think that they ought to expand it. I don't know if you heard that, Will, but I think they ought to expand it out a little bit because right now it's very restricted as to who can use it. There's veterans out there. There's really sick people that do need this medicinal marijuana. He talked about how they may at some point talk about expanding that out a little bit. Rudy is on WTN. Hey, Rudy, go ahead.
Hey, Dan, the last thing I heard just before I got on the phone was that you only had one phone call, so I called in just to make the numbers grow for you. The other thing I'm concerned about is as I'm driving to Cookeville for my work, I really can't look at YouTube and see how magnificent your sweater is. Could you give me a verbal description?
I love you. Can I just tell you I love you?
This is why we can't have nice things.
Are you going into full don't feed the trolls mode? Is that what you're doing?
It's black. It's got snowflakes on it. And I don't know. I like this sweater. I've got a blue one just like it, too.
It's quarter zip.
Joan, I'm going to wear the blue one tomorrow.
Oh, good.
I got a blue one exactly.
You're not even going to come in tomorrow.
Yeah, you're not even going to be in tomorrow. You'll be in your jammies. What are you talking about?
That's a good point. Chris Hand is coming up next on Super Talk.